So this vigil is organized, and you'll see this on your programs if you want to follow along, is organized by the Multi-Faith Coalition for Ceasefire. We are here tonight to pass a resolution which calls for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza, the return of all hostages and detainees, and enforcement of U.S. laws prohibiting assistance to foreign militaries violating human rights. Our focus tonight is on the Palestinian lives stolen, which the City Council has refused to acknowledge. Feel free to say shame here.
Shame.
Shame.
For this reason, please do not engage with counter-protesters. Thank you, sir. You are needed instead to grieve the martyred and see, this is what happens when you do. So you are needed instead to grieve the martyred and sustain our unity as we work towards our political goals. Please help us by attending to the somber tone and lining up quietly upstairs here outside of council at the directions of our trained marshals and de-escalators. Can I just have the marshals, they do have these handy vests. Can I have you raise your hands and identify yourselves? All right, so if you have questions about space, if you have questions about movement, if you need assistance tonight, those are the folks that you need to go to. If you have any health or medical concerns, there are medics here. Can I have the medics raise their hands? All the way in the back. Thank you, medics. You are dreamboats. We also have a legal observer here. Question mark? I'm not sure. Okay, maybe he's not here yet. And we also have 3 folks who are spokespeople for the coalition. So I'm one of them. You can identify me by this button here. Can the other 2 folks wearing these buttons please raise their hands? Amazing. They put themselves together and make it easy. So if you have questions about messaging, if people ask you questions about what are you doing, we have prepped a lot to answer those questions. Please send folks to us to answer those questions. Sound good?
Yes.
I would like them.
Yes.
It's going to be a long night if we're this low right now. So, all right, actually, can everyone just
You guys are learning.
All right, yeah. Okay, we've got some time here. Okay. So the overview of the program tonight, we're going to start with some prayers from faith leaders. We will then move on to a call and response name reading of the dead until we are able to enter into chambers, at which point the City Council meeting will have started and we'll be able to give testimony. There are also, if you don't have a program, there are folks with them. You're touching me. You're touching me. You're touching me. Thank you. There are also greeters with clipboards, so if you want to get involved with our work, you can find those folks. Can the greeters please raise their hands, the folks with the clipboards? Amazing, thank you so much. And those people can help plug you in to the work. So we're going to be in single file, so I know that we're kind of like that right now, but we're going to organize ourselves basically in this shape for the rest of the time that we're out here together. One last housekeeping note before we start with our faith leaders offering prayer is just, we don't know what's going to happen with the resolution tonight, right? It might be tabled or filed, it might pass, it might fail. If it does go to a vote tonight and it passes, what we're going to ask folks to do is to do a chant of Free Palestine together, and then we'll file out. If it fails, we're going to ask folks to stand, turn your backs on the council, chant, "We will honor all our martyrs, brothers, sisters, fathers, mothers," and then we'll also file out in unity. So both of these outcomes end with us doing some chanting, doing some leaving. One of them has an extra step, and the words are different. Sound good?
Yes.
Yes. Affirmatively say yes.
Yes.
All right. Cool. Yeah. And energy goes. Okay. Okay. I think that's it for all. We know what's happening. We know the key roles. So let's get started. So just a note about prayer. This is a multi-faith coalition. We have people from lots of different traditions and no traditions here tonight. So if prayer speaks to you, fantastic. If that isn't your thing, then I just kind of ask you to hold the names and to hold the sentiment and to hold our purpose here tonight in your heart.
Guess not.
So first, I'm going to call up Imam Vigil.
Thank you. Thank you everybody for being here. I'll make a short prayer today for all of the Palestinians who have had to endure not just the genocide for the last year.
He's kicking my
No, I'm
picture
not.
of the hostages.
Sorry.
Do not pick the
Generation,
hostages.
or actually 3 generations
Excuse me, please.
of tyranny,
I
of
carefully put it
massacre,
on the floor, yes.
and of absolute brutality. So please join me in prayer. And as we pray, we
Look at the
raise our
people
hands
that
up
baby, shut up.
in hopes that God will descend His gifts unto us. Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. O God, most merciful and most compassionate, all praise is due unto you, the creator of all of mankind. All praise is due unto you, the sustainer and caretaker of this world that you have created. O God, all praise is due unto you, the creator and maintainer of every living being, from the human beings to the animals, to the fetuses within the wombs of its mothers. All praise is due upon you, who sends rain down upon the clouds to feed even the crops within its soils. We ask you to bring peace into this world. O Allah, O God, we ask you to bring peace into this world. We ask you to bring peace and spread prosperity and to stop the bloodshed and the senseless fighting that has spread into this world. Oh God, we ask you to bring peace into the lives of the Palestinians who have endured so much pain and suffering for almost a century. Oh God, we ask you for your help that none other than you can descend upon these almost helpless people. Oh God, we ask you to instill within us the ability to help them and to protect us from becoming obsolete. Oh God, we ask you to help us help them. Oh God, we ask you to bring peace and prosperity into their lives. Oh God, we ask you that every parent and every sibling and every child that has had to bring their family member out of the rubble in Gaza, that you reunite them with their parents in paradise. Oh God, bring peace and prosperity into every land across this world, and deal with the oppressors who take the blood of every innocent person in a way that is befitting only for you. Deal with them in a way that is befitting for them, and rid them from this world in a way that it brings peace and prosperity to all of us. هذا وصلى الله على نبينا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا آمين.
Thank you so much, Imam. A thing that many of you have done, but not everyone, because I didn't tell you to do it, so that's on me. If you have a tea light and you have not yet ignited it, please do so. If you don't have a candle and there are still some on the table, I don't know if there are, they're over there. So if you want one, that's the place to get them at the table. There's also poppies. So yes, but if you do have a tea light, please turn it on. Thank you. So next up, to offer a Jewish ritual is Micah.
Thank you so much for being here, everybody. After a death in the Jewish tradition, the mourners participate in Kriya, making a tear in their clothing or in a ribbon as an outward manifestation of our grief and the tearing apart of our hearts as we remember loved ones. The ribbon is also a symbol to the community that you are part of the family who's been impacted by the loss. Here we must consider all the Palestinians killed in the genocide as our family members and do everything we can to end this horror. I will recite the prayer traditionally said when performing the Kriya ritual and tear the ribbon. Baruch atah Adonai Eloheinu ruach ha'olam dayan ha'emet. Blessed are you, Adonai our God, Spirit of the universe, the true judge.
You can't even say king. He's free.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Michael. Now to lead us in Christian prayer is Reverend Bray.
God of many names, God of us all. You call us to love one another, to care for one another, to work towards justice for one another, to leave no one out. We come to you today seeking to speak for those who cannot. We pray a shield of protection around those in harm's way today. We pray for food and warm shelter and medical care for those who so desperately need it.
Yes.
Today, God, right now, not in some distant future in which people have to make plans, but today. We earnestly pray, let the will of the people be heard, God. Let this madness stop. Let there be an end to the senseless suffering of your children once and for all. Give us strength, Holy One, all of us, for we are all the children of Abraham. Give us strength to join with those who side on the side of peace, who side on the side of love, who stand on the side of righteousness, because righteousness is always the side of love. Open the ears and eyes and hearts of those in power to hear our cries on behalf of those whose voices have been silenced, on behalf of those who are suffering even now, those who are missing, all of those who are missing, and those who are suffering, those who love them, those who cannot find those that they love. Let there be peace, and let it start with us. Let it start today, right now.
Amen. Let it start with releasing the hostages.
So I'm not going to be up here for tonight. Thank you so much, Reverend Bray. I really appreciate it. So now we're going to transition to the name reading portion of the vigil. So there are 3 lead readers. So I'm going to ask those readers to come up now to the microphone. So the way that we're going to do this is going to be as a call and response. So if you're feeling sad, I'm going to ask you to bring some breath into that sadness, bring some movement into that sadness. Because these names deserve our breath, they deserve our attention. And we're going to have a dynamic exchange here. So these readers are going to say the names, and then we're going to say them back. And in that way, we'll be in dialogue together until we're ready to go into the chambers. So those readers are they, I see them behind me, where they were hiding. Yeah, so speakers, or readers rather, I turn it over to you.
So as you all know, there are over 50,000 names that are actually known, but there's more likely that, there's probably over 200,000 people that have been killed. So we're only reading a very small sample of them. Muhammad Ahmed Diab Junaid, age 25.
It's 25.
Yasir Hadib Mahmoud Radwan, 25. Ammar Yasir Hadib Radwan, 25. Sabreen Ahmed Fuad Talib, 28.
Sabrine, 28.
Muhammad Kamal Muhammad Saleh, 50. Aida Abdul Fattah Ibrahim Radwan, 25.
Can we read the names of the hostages?
25.
Hala Yasir Hadib Radwan, 25. Yasir Hadib Radwan. Okay. Sama Radwan, 25. Ahmad Radwan, 25. Maryam Radwan, 25. Zain Saleha, 7. Jamil Muhammad Taya, 56.
56.
Wissam Abu Adi, 27. Arush Abu Jaidan. There's no age on. Abdul Jawad Qasim. Ahmad Gouda, 30.
30.
Muhammad Al-Bahis, 19. Zakaria Shah, 31.
31.
Amana Shah, 59. Isam Shah, 11. Abdulaziz Shah, it just says child, which means he probably hasn't even reached any age yet. Abdulaziz Shah. Muhammad Shah, 18.
18.
Isam Shah, child. Majd Al-Zayyan, 25. Amna Sharawi, 84. Kamal Abu Naim, 55. Khadija Al-Ghusi, 59. Ayman Omar Abd, 24. Maryam Omar, 24. Ahlam Darwish, 29. Salah Al-Dayaq, 24. Arifa Baroud, 75. Fatin Batwan, 16. Badr Khubaya, 17. Harbiya Abu Khattab, 82. Saleh Amsha, 25. Ahmad Yusuf, 25.
Ahmed Yusuf, 25.
Hala Awad, 25. Amal Siyam, 25.
25.
Wissam Ghazala, 25. Islam Ghazala, 25. Naam Ghazala, 25. Hassan Ghazala, 24. Khalid Abdul Rahman, age 10. Hayam Al-Salhi, 37. Muhsin Al-Hayaf, 69. Tasneem Ramadan, 25. Fatima Aida, 5. Fatima Abu Ghaida. Maryam Abu Ghaida, age 4. Walid Abu Kirsh, 25.
Morality starts thinking about what happened on October the 7th. Morality starts about talking about the ceasefire on October the 7th. It talks about how good your people are in your hearts, but that I hope you...
Habiba Saleh, 10. Abiya Al-Aqad, 54. Saeed Al-Aqad. Saeed Abu Bakr. Imtiaz Abu Bakr. Tasneem Abu Aqqad. Imad Abrash. Aisha Khalil, 15. Hadid Abu Shamaleh, 29. Sami Saqar, 67.
67.
Lamia Shaya, 7.
Daniel Shah, 7.
Ragad Abu Shamaleh, 14.
14.
Muhammad Abu Jamia, 26.
26.
Ahmad Nabhan, 40.
40.
Bayan Al-Zainan, 16.
16.
Muhammad Abu Wardi, 9. Muhammad Abu Ida, 31. Suhail Al-Malaj, 39. Eid Abu Hindi. Ahmad Abu Masa, 6.
6.
Asil
Saleh, 29. Taflis Saleh. Abrar Masma, 26.
26.
Thank you, readers, and thank you to everyone for recognizing your martyr to us. Okay, so the doors to the chamber are open. We're going to start processing in. So filing into the doors. I'm going to ask probably most folks to head upstairs because I imagine there's not going to be a ton of room down there right now. Through speaking,
You better talk fast.
My Jewish family wants to get that anxiety. My Jewish family wants to make a prayer. I'm sorry. To this place. Yeah. Whatever.
How about we do this, look? Hear me out.
Some of the people weren't even here. They just went in front of all of us.
Slow down. There's a couple people that come into this single council and talk. How about we let
Yeah, but what we're saying is that there were people here from 5 o'clock. I'm sorry. We're just taking it all in front of them. They come in front of them.
just hear me out, please. I'm not taking any side. I'm just, these two individuals here speaking.
We know
So let them go.
Okay, but there's people that cut the people that have been waiting here.
I talked to the mayor, everyone's gonna have the opportunity to speak. So no one's gonna get shut up, which unfortunately is not my act. So why don't we let these two go? I asked everyone to take the onus here. Does that sound good? Are you speaking to me? I'm gonna say you go first.
We have our speakers lined up.
You two go?
Right here.
Well, you better not speak on the so please. You're out. You're out. Oh, they're all. I was at 5 for a sec. No, I know. All right, let me see. All right, Fred.
No, I'm not pushing you. I'm not pushing you. You're live. I'm also there. It's tight in here.
Here, Fred, I'm timing you. It's 2 minutes, you're out. All right, but can we, how about this?
Yeah, we're gonna stay here and wait to see where they go. Now stay here just
Would it be possible to have the here for something just they can get in 5 minutes? Not take up space. If you're in a wheelchair, take up space. And that way you can see behind there.
not pushing. Here you come. I don't push. I have We are. I know I'll talk about
Okay, good evening, everyone. Welcome to Worcester City Council meeting. Beginning to stand for the pledge of allegiance and stop.
By the dawn's
Here.
Gloria.
Here.
Vijay.
Here.
King. Merrill Carlson.
Here.
Yuen.
Here.
Ojeda.
Here.
Priscilla.
Here.
Russell.
Here.
Toomey. And Mayor Petty.
Here. Okay, under acknowledgements, I just want to acknowledge that I'd like to acknowledge tonight's meeting. I'd like to recognize City Solicitor Michael Trainer. Tonight is Mike's last meeting with us as he's retiring this Friday, January 10th. Mike has committed 37 years in the city of Worcester and will be missed daily. Mike has dedicated serving to the city. He has served as a mentor to many. His thoughtfulness and guidance have truly what make him one of a kind. Mike has a special talent for seeing potentially rising leaders and working to help them grow personally and professionally. Mike also worked at the city's economic development office, where he was able to be part of several major projects in Worcester. His critical thinking skills and ability to think on his feet helped the city grow to where it is today. We appreciate those who have dedicated their lives to serving their city. I want to thank you, Mike, and thank you. May you have a happy and healthy retirement. I hope you enjoy spending time with your family and doing things that you love. That's the luck. Thank you. We got approval of the minutes. All those in favor? Opposed, so reported. Okay, we'll have public participation. Before we do that, I just have a statement to read. I was asked to read this. So I welcome everybody here tonight. Before the meeting begins, I just want to make a few announcements to ensure everyone's participating in tonight's meeting. Be safe and keep the room accessible to everyone. The Esther Howard Chamber has a capacity of 148 people. I'm getting there pretty closely right now. We need to ensure that everyone has a safe entry and egress from the chamber. So I think after you speak, maybe the guy might maybe come out the front gate here and walk out that way. Back to the crowd. Those who have come tonight's meeting do not wish to speak, you're welcome to watch the council meeting from the Levi Lincoln Chamber across the hall. They have a TV set up there also. Once we have reached maximum capacity, we need folks to move to the Levi Lincoln Chamber. I apologize for any inconvenience that may cause. I know there's strong feelings on both sides of the issue here tonight, so let's all be respectful to one another when people speak. You have these speak in mind. So let's all be courteous to one another when we do tonight's meeting. Okay, so since I have somebody to speak, I'm trying to keep everybody at 2 minutes. So public participation, first may speak for no more than 2 minutes on the agenda. So this is your name, city of residence, and item number. You have 2 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Frank Name from Worcester. I have 3 items here. 11G, the item about the school buses. Excellent idea, put cameras on the buses. You drive around, you walk around, you see cars that have no clue. They go around the bus with the sign is out, just like, hello? I don't know what number is, what else by the council or town. There's an item about the renovations of 4 units or more. They should have sprinklers, and if they don't, then that's bad on them. That kind of relates to why isn't it? Think everybody's here to talk about page 2. What happened October 7th was tragic, it was terrorist, but you know, you can argue everything upside the sun and back to the moon, and it's not going to change. Israel is outnumbered 50 to 1. There's 10 million Israelis, there's 500 million Arabs. Now, not everybody's bad. I have a lot of Arab friends. But it was tragic, it was tragic, it was tragic, and no matter what happens here tonight, it's not going to change what happens over there right now. It will not happen yet. But there are a lot of things that are going on over there, and it is sad loss of life. If it's one person, it's sad. So no matter what we say in here, or what anybody says, let's get it clear. Worcester, a resolution to the United States, to Israel, to the Palestinians, to Hamas, is not going to mean a hill of beans. Because if President Biden sends this, and if we send it to Biden and he sends it to them, they're going to read it and they're going to go, okay, just keep on shooting. So, good luck.
Okay, next speaker is your name, your residence, and number.
Idella has it, 11B. I think that we're long overdue for a civil review board for those who's behind. And I agree with this petition that we should have subpoena powers to investigate the police and wrongdoing and have enforcement. And yes, check with other cities, but I don't think that that should matter. I think Worcester needs to do what Worcester needs to do. And every time there's any petition, quick, let's see what other cities are doing. We are not other cities. Worcester needs to do what Worcester needs to do. Our problems are not identical to other cities. Having said that, let me move on to, I do think that the school buses make change. And 11K, I think that, I agree with Tony, Council Tony, somebody speaking outside of changes, no offense, that we have to step up with safety, having seen what happened in New Orleans. Anything can happen anywhere, it probably will never happen here, but we should have a plan just in case. What would we do with large crowds, with parades, celebrations, 4th of July celebrations, when the crowds go back, vehicles? We need to have some kind of plan. Thank you.
Thank you. My name is Stephen Shaw. From Worcester, and I've seen with me. I've always been an activist for peace, and I've always lived by the maxim, better to attribute to ignorance what would otherwise be attributed to malice. But I've had a hard time accepting that over the last 15 months, tonight being the 15-month anniversary of the October 7th attacks. Turning to the resolution, those who have been the loudest voices pushing for this, both on council and among the activists in the city, have also been those who have engaged in propaganda against Israel over the last 15 months of the severest kind. Exaggerations, superlatives, risky, reckless behavior. So it comes as no surprise to me that this resolution contains no condemnation of Hamas, the terrorist organization responsible for the atrocities on that day and since. And might I add, there is no condemnation of sexual violence that has now been well documented among women that took place at the hands of Hamas both on October 7th and has continued. I find it shocking that none of that is contained therein. I also find the timing of this resolution to be problematic. Hamas brigades have surrendered en masse around Gaza. The leadership of the Hamas terror organization has been decimated. These are the final waning stages and days of their reign of terror over Gaza. Now is not the time to throw them a lifeline, to allow them to regroup and to retake territory there. If we wish to see this war end, and end quickly, which we all should, and I certainly do, that certainly is not the course of action. But more problematic than even that is that this resolution counts among the dead in an effort to inflate the death toll of Hamas militants. That is unacceptable. It also calls those held in Gaza as hostage by the same way as those held in Israeli prison for terrorism charges. Equally shocking. These are the talking points of Hamas. They have no business in a chamber. And I implore you and urge you tonight to make the right decision. Thank you for your support.
Thank you.
May I talk?
What's your name, your residence?
Good evening, my name is Ola, and I'm from Worcester. I'm speaking on agenda item 18, and I'm back. It's deeply disheartening that the ACLU had to step in to protect my right to speak, a right that should not have been denied. Silencing Palestinian voices, however, mirrors the decades-long erasure of my people. So allow me to reintroduce myself. I'm a Palestinian American, the granddaughter of Nakba survivors who were expelled from Yafa in 1948 alongside 750,000 other Palestinians. So today I speak for my family in Gaza, my uncles, my aunts, my cousins, and their children. If they ever hear this, salam to you all, and especially to my precious Maya, Kinan, Hamoudi, and Aysad. Your voices will not be silenced and your stories will be told. Let me share just a fragment of their suffering. Perhaps you can empathize with it. My cousin's 7-year-old daughter, Iman, was shot by an Israeli sniper while peeking out of her window and bled to death at her home. My pregnant cousin, Sahab, and her husband's family were killed in a direct Israeli airstrike on their home. My family in northern Gaza is trapped without food, clean water, or medical care. Among them is my uncle, who has endured multiple strokes and remains without the treatment he needs. Every relative has lost their home. One uncle displaced 17 times. My cousin's wife, 9 months pregnant, walked from northern Gaza to the south, searching for a functional and safe hospital to give birth. My cousin's children face yet another year without school or a normal childhood. And finally, my childhood friend Yasmin was killed, leaving behind 3 beautiful children who were pulled from their rubble. These aren't the only strategies that have occurred, that have occurred, but just a snippet of the daily realities for those in Gaza. These are just my family members. These are the realities funded by our tax dollars, including Worcester's, and ignored by those in power. I am also a mother to a 5-year-old Palestinian Albanian American who loves playing in your Allen Park and loves grabbing ice cream from Gibby's. And as I watch him, I ache for the children of Gaza that are trapped, terrified, and robbed of their childhood. Do they not deserve the same safety and joy as your children and your grandchildren? What will it take for you to see us as human? When my son, who proudly says he's from Worcester and looks at you, do you see his humanity? I urge you to act with your heart and please pass this resolution. The ceasefire is just the beginning.
My name is Aya, and I'm a Worcester resident. I'm speaking on agenda item 18. I urge the City Council to pass a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Israel has been and continues to target Gaza's medical infrastructure. Relentless Israeli strikes have forced the shutdown of all hospitals in northern Gaza, leaving thousands without access to critical medical care. On December 27th, the Hamad Adwan Hospital, the last major health facility in North Gaza, was attacked and set on fire. Dozens of displaced, sick, and wounded people were burned alive. Patients were forcibly removed from their beds, and medical staff were ordered to evacuate. Can you imagine your loved one in desperate need of medical care being forced to flee a burning hospital to avoid being burned to death? Among those detained by Israeli forces was Dr. Bassam Abu Safiyeh, the medical director and pediatrician of Hamad Adwan Hospital. He is reportedly being held in one of Israel's notorious prisons, infamous for their use of extreme abuse and for torture. We don't know if he's alive, if he will ever return back to his family or his patients. What's his crime? Saving the lives of those and risking his own life? His own child, Ibrahim, was murdered before his eyes. He himself was seriously injured by an Israeli drone strike. Yet, despite these tragedies, he stayed in Gaza and continued saving lives. The U.S. has provided over $22 billion U.S. tax dollars in weapons to Israel. This makes the U.S. complicit in the mass slaughter of innocent civilians, the obliteration of hospitals, and the ethnic cleansing and systemic displacement of Palestinian communities. Worcester is not innocent either. Over $2.8 million of our taxpayer money has gone for weapons for Israel. You all represent the city, you represent us, and this is an opportunity for you, it's a moral obligation for you to stand against this. It is time the city of Worcester does the right thing and calls for immediate ceasefire in Gaza. It is the time to pass this resolution.
Thank you.
Good evening, Anna. My name is Sahar Monis. I'm a Palestinian American and Worcester City resident. And as such, money, tax money, to fund this genocide in Gaza. I was born in Lebanon. When I was 12 years old, Israel invaded Lebanon. My house was bombed and destroyed. My grandparents were displaced from Palestine in 48, and so was my mother and my father. I lived in refugee camps. I lived in schools. I went to school in tents in the aftermath of the war. I lived my life with the whole trauma of the past generation and my own generation and future ones. We are the embodiment of pain and suffering. Enough is enough. Let's act with our humanity. Let humanity be the force that drives us. Let's not about money and special interest. Let's do what's right for the history, for our moral obligation. I wrote so much. My story can be written in books, and I have only 2 minutes to tell you, but the UN, in a report, they said that this war is marked by complete disregard for the protection of civilians and international humanitarian law. Hospitals attacked, bombed, destroying medical equipment, detaining, torturing doctors and health workers, patients, ambulances, leading to the collapse of the health care. Humanitarian aid has been obstructed, stranded, denied, preventing the flow of life-saving supplies. It states that the conditions in Gaza are harrowing. Torture, repeated displacement, forcible transfer, indiscriminate attacks on civilians, schools, universities, scholars, cultural institutions, museums, churches, mosques, use of starvation as a weapon of war. And does that,
Can you wrap up, please?
is that enough?
Yes.
What enough? How much is enough? Please, I implore you to act again with your humanity, first of all, and pass this resolution. Please don't abandon the children of Palestine.
My first name is David. My last name is Shokro. I'm a physician. I'm a cancer doctor. I practiced in Worcester for many, many, many years.
Excuse me, your pushing.
And I'm Jewish. And the flags, I'm going to work on getting the flags put here. We need a little bit of love. I met some amazing people here tonight.
Can you direct the comments here?
Oh, sure. I met some amazing people who are here tonight, who love, who care, who lost beautiful, beautiful babies. I appeal to the committee to make the right decision and think about what happened on October the 7th. How many people in this room cheered at the end of October 7th? There was a ceasefire on October the 7th. And early in the morning, after years of planning, after Iran fed Hamas with missiles and concrete and tubes, that's what Hamas in their charter, which is to have Israel and Jews obliterated, and that's what they did on October the 7th. Did anyone here applaud? I cried. And I'm glad my father died a few weeks before because it would have broken his heart. So the committee, I had a picture of all the hostages here. You guys are good people. These are all good people. But the city should think about doing city good stuff. And think about the hostages and what happened on October the 7th. Thank you very, very much. You guys do a great job.
Thank you. What's your name, Sarah Residence?
My name is Sarah. I'm a Jewish Worcester resident. I'm here to urge the council to pass item 18 in support of a ceasefire in Gaza. I also testified here over a year ago when the city council heard a resolution condemning Hamas while making no mention of Palestinian civilians. I read a statement then from teenage survivor of the October 7th attacks who said, if you let hope die, you allow the residents of Gaza to die also. The city council ignored her words and passed that resolution. The world we are living in now is the direct outcome of thousands of decisions like these made at every level of society. Decisions that save some people's lives, Some children's lives are more valuable than others. Sometimes these choices are made out of overt hate, sometimes out of trauma, and sometimes out of political expediency, but the result was still the same, an increasingly bleak and dysfunctional world built on the graves of the innocent. I emphasize dysfunctional because I don't believe you on the council would have attained your posts if you weren't pragmatic. And so in this spirit, I want to highlight 3 delusions which are in your best interests to ignore. First, it is delusional to believe that voting no protects Worcester Jews. Funding an army which has used Jewish symbols to deface other people's neighborhoods does not benefit me, a Worcester resident who likes to wear a Jewish star necklace at Price Chopper. Second, the entire federal delegation representing Worcester has voiced support for increased pressure on Israel to enact a ceasefire. Meanwhile, the leading local opposition to this resolution mounted a deeply delusional primary campaign against Jim McGovern and failed to even get on the ballot. Why would you take his advice?
Exactly.
Third, it is delusional to believe that the nakedly discriminatory treatment of this council towards its Muslim constituents will not have downstream political impacts. Look at all of these people here. Worcester residents want fairness, and this resolution provides it. I hate that I've had to emphasize the practical considerations because Palestinian lives should be considered valuable on their own terms. Every life is a universe, and it's time we start acting like it.
Resolution vilifies Israel with propaganda by using Hamas's speaking points. Hamas is a terrorist organization which committed the worst genocide of the Jewish people since the Holocaust. The statement made to the city council after that, 2 months after that, refers to all of humanity. Allowing the city council to introduce a Gaza ceasefire resolution establishes a precedent involving other international conflicts. Will there be an effort to address events elsewhere around the globe? Will city councils be expected to have international expertise on the violence and the humanitarian disasters unfolding in Congo, Myanmar, Sudan, or the Ukraine? How will you justify weighing in on one small area in the Middle East while ignoring Africa, Asia, and Europe?
Thank you.
My name is Brigitte Conlon. I've been a Worcester resident for the past 37 years. I'm here tonight because my heart is broken over the unspeakable suffering in Gaza. Innocent civilians, including many women and children, elderly people, have been slaughtered. Hospitals and schools are bombed. Doctors, aid workers, journalists are targeted. Thinking about the parents as a parent, about the parents watching their children slowly die of starvation and their babies freeze to death because now it's winter and they are in tents. As a human being, how can we not want the bombing to stop? How can anyone not be in favor of a ceasefire? It would mean a lot to me if Worcester, my city, would be in favor of the ceasefire.
Thank you.
Hi, I'm very proud to be Worcester resident for many, many years. I'm Jewish, I'm Israeli, I'm born in Israel, I live here now for many, many years. I just want to tell all these people to really thank Israel for getting rid of Hamas and Hezbollah and making the Middle East a better place. We all have seen what did Hamas do with all the money that was poured in
city. Can you believe how much money was poured? This money should have gone for the Gazans, for the people of Gaza. And if you ask the people of Gaza now, they are thanking the IDF, the Israeli army, for freeing them for Hamas. Hamas is a terror organization. Hamas has no room to be in the Middle East. Same with Hezbollah. We don't need more terror organizations.
Why did they exist to begin with?
If you ask any Arab who lives in Israel, tell them to go to any of the 22 Arab countries in the area, none of them, but none of them will accept your offer, even if you give them thousands of dollars. Because Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and Israel is fighting. Educate yourself.
Exactly.
Free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Palestine.
And a lot of people want to speak, so go ahead. What's your name? Say your residence.
My name is Sheila Abdallah of Shrewsbury. I work in Worcester as a family physician. I also lived for 2 years in the Middle East as a volunteer with Christian peacemaker teams, collaborating with Muslim peacemaker teams and rabbis for human rights. Thank you for listening to these reflections, which are my own. On October 7th, when Hamas terrorized and killed more than 1,200 human beings, we were all horrified. We felt called to condemn that cruelty. And now, after more than 450 days, as the bombs we have paid for rain down on Gazan hospitals and homes, killing more than 45,000 human beings, we have the chance to say enough. When I care for my patients in Worcester, I get upset if they suffer because insurance won't approve a medication or the wait in the emergency department is too long. But my colleagues in Gaza are performing surgery without anesthesia, watching children bleed out and die on the floor because there are no bandages, no electricity, no food, while bombs threatening death at any instant explode on the roof, through the ICU wall, or into the operating room. The following is a quote from Doctors Without Borders who are still working in Gaza. In the emergency room, it was the apocalypse. Children gray or white from shock, burnt, calling out for their parents, others unable to scream because they're in shock. Nothing justifies what I saw today. These children, the 3-month-old baby, the 7-year-old, the 12-year-old, all with horrific injuries. Why did they deserve this? End quote. October 7th was horrific, but multiplying more horror will never be right. In closing, I ask you, please join your voices to countless other voices of faith and reason here in Worcester and across the globe to call for a ceasefire and the return of all hostages. Please join Rabbis for Ceasefire, Pope Francis, the UN, Doctors Without Borders. Speak out to end this disproportionate, cruel response to an event that we all agree was abhorrent. Please call for a ceasefire. Thank you.
My name is Medina. I live in Worcester, where I was born and raised. I'm also the daughter of Albanian immigrants. I'm speaking on agenda item 18. I urge the city council to pass a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. As a nurse, I've dedicated my life to preserving the delicate thread that holds us all together, our humanity. I've seen firsthand the resilience of patients facing insurmountable challenges in Worcester, many of whom have already endured so much hardship. But nothing has prepared me for the devastating reality unfolding in Palestine today. This isn't a political issue. This is a humanitarian crisis. Hospitals should be sanctuaries, not targets. Doctors, nurses, and patients should never have to fear for their lives while seeking or delivering care. Yet the medical infrastructure in Gaza is crumbling. Supplies are running out, power is failing, and the screams of the wounded are met with silence because there's no one left to help. Imagine holding the hand of a child who doesn't know if they'll wake up tomorrow, not because of their illness, but because the walls around them might collapse. Imagine the heartbreak of a parent carrying their injured child to a hospital, only to find rubble instead of refuge. I cannot stand here and ignore the echoes of that suffering. Every patient I care for here reminds me that life is sacred. I'm asking you to join me in calling for a ceasefire. Let the hospitals heal, let the children dream, and let humanity prevail over destruction. We cannot turn our backs while people are crying out for the basic dignity of safety and care. As a nurse, I've been trained to act swiftly when lives are at stake. Today I'm asking all of you to do the same. Together we can be the voice for those who are being silenced. Thank you.
My name is Dr. Mirata Habrasi. I'm a neurologist and a resident of Worcester. I didn't have a speech prepared today, but I can say that over the past 3 months, we have been trying to advocate to stop the destruction of Kamel Adwan Hospital in North Gaza, as well as the campaign of ethnic cleansing that has been widely reported by independent organizations in North Gaza and the rest of Gaza. Dr. Hussein Abu Safiya, who you heard of earlier today, was kidnapped previously and now has been kidnapped again by the Israeli forces. And there are direct witness reports that he was taken to State Nam prison, which is a torture camp that is well known in Israel and has been proven to murder, to torture to death Dr. Adnan Abu Bush, the head orthopedic surgeon of Gaza, a male nurse that was captured on video, gang raped by Israeli guards, and this was spread throughout the social media and the news organizations in Israel with defense from the Knesset. You can find this online. It is well proven. Okay. The ICJ, the International Court of Justice, ordered Israel to stop all acts of genocide, and yet they have accelerated them. The International Criminal Court has called for arrest warrants for Netanyahu and Gallant, and those have been ignored. Amnesty International has submitted over 200 pages in reports concluding that Israel is committing genocide. Human Rights Watch has submitted a lengthy report concluding that Israel is committing genocide and the crime of extermination. Doctors Without Borders, their witnesses on the ground, have witnessed ethnic cleansing and acts of genocide. The UN International Independent Inquiry of the Occupied Territories has described specifically the acts of destruction of the healthcare structure in Gaza as the crime against humanity of extermination. And we are seeing that actively being committed right now. Please support a resolution for ceasefire in Gaza. This is in line with international law. It is in line with US law, considering that the weapons that were sending over $22 billion, and now the Biden administration has sent over $8 billion approval in violation of the legal law, etc.
Hello, my name is Mohammed Jamali. I'm a Worcester resident. I'd like to speak on Resolution 18. You all are members of our government. You are counselors, and you are accountable to the people. And if there's anything that must be addressed, it is holding ourselves to a consistent moral standard. So I'd like to address the hypocrisy that has brought us all in today. A hypocrisy that not only refused to vote on a ceasefire resolution, but refused to even allow a ceasefire resolution to be voted on. From the clerk, Mr. Vanjeli, who woke up one day and remembered Rule 11 before he decided that it couldn't go on, to counselors like Toomey, who gaslit the audience that had been, to counselors like Toomey, who said the people could have petitioned for suspension of the rules the same day that she voted against suspension of the rules, and 1,500 people had already signed a petition. To Councillor Bergman, who had proposed the original resolution and told me he was only following the rules and not allowing anything else. To George Russell, who woke up and realized he's not the president or the vice president, therefore his comments on that resolution would not be important, nor was he the president on October of 2022 when he still decided to put his comment on what should happen in the Middle East. To the mayor, who has been coming into our mosques trying to tell us how much he cares about the Muslim community and how important our voice is. Wow, obviously our voices and our blood is not expensive enough to get you to care about making a statement on a ceasefire. All of this is about the weaponization of bureaucracy to shut people down, to continue oppression. And as you sit in these chairs, you do not do anything with the authority that you have except that you continue the oppression. So, I remind you that there was a popular podcast in Israel, Two Nice Jewish Boys podcast. They said, I'm wrapping up, thank you. They said, you can't help but think that it's nice to know that you are dancing in a concert while hundreds of thousands of Gazans are homeless. It makes it even better, a more enjoyable concert. They said, this is how Israelis feel. People enjoy knowing that Palestinians are suffering. So I ask you, what is it that you fear in voting on such a resolution that prevented you the first time? History will forget all of our names, but God will never forget.
Thank you.
My name is Hind, and I go to Worcester State University. I'm speaking to urge the Council to vote yes on item 8T on the 92nd day of the American-Israeli genocide against the Palestinian people. My family's tribe is being eradicated in Gaza. This month, my cousin, her husband, and their 3 children were killed while at home. Just 3 hours before, she had posted on X, "Is it possible that we are still alive until now? May God have mercy on the martyrs." She's in good company, and I hope she finds rest among the 200 other journalists murdered since the American-Israeli genocide began. She was a journalist for Al Jazeera, as well as a host and producer for Al-Aqsa Radio. My name is Hind, and I was born at UMass Memorial Hospital in Belmont Street, Worcester. My government has 500 reports of our weapons slaughtering civilians. A 6-year-old child named Hind Rajab had begged for hours for paramedics to come rescue her before Israeli soldiers fired 355 shots of American weapons into the car of her family and killed the paramedics who had attempted to save her. I'm glad that some people are on their phones. I'm glad that they have the luxury to do that. When I was 6 years old, I was holding my Baba's hand, and the scariest thing I had to experience was walking into kindergarten. I survived kindergarten. I survived long enough to get a job, drive a car, and go to college. That's 12 years America gave me, and 12 years my country stole from Hind and 17,500 other children. And a day not too long ago, politicians in rooms like these decided that her smiles were worth less than mine, that her childhood was worth less than mine, that her black hair, tan skin, and brown eyes were worth less than mine. She is not here, and if she was, she would not have the language to convince you that her life was worth something, but I am, and I hope that you believe me. You are lucky that your children were not born in Gaza.
My name is Manisha Kumar. I'm a resident of Worcester. I'm a family medicine doctor and a mother. For nearly 10 years, I worked for Doctors Without Borders, the medical humanitarian organization you've heard referenced several times. Mayor Petty, you said there's a lot of strong feelings on both sides of this issue. Doctors Without Borders, we pride ourselves on being a neutral, impartial organization all over the world in conflicts. We provide care on both sides of the front line. We provide medical care to both sides, but we also speak out. And when we see things that are so unjust and so wrong, we have a duty and obligation to use our voices, and that is what I'm here to do today. What we have seen in Gaza is worse than anything I have seen before in the countless war-torn conflict zones that I have worked in. Every war has rules, and in Gaza, Israel forces have repeatedly broken those rules. This is not normal warfare where there are two equal sides. In normal warfare, hospitals and healthcare workers are not targets. They are protected. In Gaza, Israeli forces have bombed and raided so many hospitals, detained and murdered so many doctors and nurses, there is virtually no healthcare system to speak of. In normal warfare, refugee camps are not targets. In Gaza, there are no safe places, as Israel continues to bomb so-called deemed safe zones. In normal warfare, civilian populations still have access to basic medical and humanitarian aid. In Gaza, Israeli forces have blocked entry of food, water, medicine, and shelter. They are starving the population. Acute malnutrition has increased tenfold. On December 25th, 3 babies, all under the age of 1 month, were brought dead to Nasser Hospital after freezing to death. In normal warfare, children are not targets, they are protected. We have all heard about the thousands of children in Gaza who've been bombed while sleeping in their homes or have been direct targets of sniper attacks. I'll try. This is a genocide. My question is, in October 2023, we were quick to pass a resolution condemning the taking of Israeli hostages. What I do not understand is, why block a resolution calling for a ceasefire? It's not a one-sided issue. Why condemn Israeli suffering but not Palestinian suffering? Why, when we propose a resolution that acknowledges all suffering, including those of brown and Muslim people, are we suddenly told it's not a city matter? Is it because you value some lives more than others? It's not too late to change course. It's not one-sided, it's based on human rights. A ceasefire benefits everybody. There can be no safety for Israel without Palestinian dignity and liberation.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Rachel Missel, and I live in Shrewsbury. Thank you for allowing me to speak. First, I want to be clear that everyone here would love nothing more than to see the end of the war in Israel and Gaza. The question is how that comes about. The rationale for bringing this item before this body was that there had been a resolution that expressed compassion for the victims and hope for the safe return of those captured during the October 7th massacre. The motion before you asks you to call for a ceasefire, call for the end of U.S. support to Israel. These are very different items. If they were like for like, we might even all be able to agree. But it was always disingenuous to make the comparison, and the asymmetry between the two belies the fact that some here believe that the barbarity on October 7th was defensible. The argument is being made that the reason folks here are so interested in this particular war is because U.S. taxpayer dollars are involved. However, I don't see these same activists calling for Worcester to boycott goods made in China, but maybe that's next. After all, Uyghurs have been held in concentration camps there for many, many years. I also haven't heard anyone decrying the money that we sent to Hamas for 2 decades, which was used to build a network of tunnels in which innocent American citizens are currently being held. So, not in our name, unless we can't get cheap Chinese-made electronics and keffias for a pittance on Amazon. The thing is, there's a reason the U.S. is allied with Israel, and it's not about altruism. Israel is the only democracy in the Middle East, and strategically, excuse me, let me speak. And strategically,
you basically accountable for her, right? But not for the other person.
They're invaluable to us in helping to keep extremist regimes in check. Anything that ultimately serves to weaken us on the world stage should be carefully considered. And with all due respect, I do not see that as the role or the expertise of the Worcester City Council. I urge you to vote no on the ceasefire resolution.
Hello, my name is Esma, and I live in Worcester. I'd like to speak about item 18, and I encourage all the council members to vote to pass that resolution. I just wanted to show a quick map of Boston, Massachusetts. Do you see this blue square? That's the size of Gaza Strip. Gaza Strip is literally from Boston to Wayland, one city wide. And we have how many tens of thousands of people killed, tens of thousands more injured.
6%
And most of the residents, buildings, and everything completely destroyed in that region. I'd like us to think about that when we talk about the number of people, because we think, it's a whole huge country. It's literally from Boston to Wayland. My family, I have some family in Gaza, and it really hit home when so many of the cousins were killed month after month, day after day. This is my cousin, Dr. Sanah. She got her PhD 1 year before she was killed in October 2023. It was her mom and her dad, her and her sister and her sister's kids, 3 generations of the family killed in an apartment building that Israel had told them was a safe zone. They bombed the building and killed everybody in it. Over 20 people of the family were killed. She was killed, and this is her 10-year-old son, crying over her body. 1 month later, in December of 2023, he was at his relative's house sleeping in bed at night, a 10-year-old boy. And Israel goes and bombs in the center of a complex, and the shrapnel destroyed all the apartment buildings. One of those pieces of shrapnel slices his neck in his bed as he slept. When the relatives came to check on everybody, they found him in a pool of blood in his bed. Here he is crying over his mom. A month later, he joined her. This is my mom's cousin. He's a neurologist. He was killed. His house was bombed when he got home, and his wife was home, and his son, a dentist, was there, and his daughter, a pharmacist, who was engaged to get married. Her wedding was the next month. But of course, she was going to move out of Gaza and live, but that didn't happen. This cousin got killed in his house in Gaza just this summer, in July. This cousin, just this November, was killed.
Thank you.
An engineer.
People,
civilians, whether they were grandparents, whether they were doctors, engineers, these are all my cousins. What breaks my heart is the fact that $3 million of my taxes in Worcester was sent to pay for those bombs.
Thank you.
Please speak out against it. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Eliza. I'm a Jewish Worcester resident, and I'm speaking in support of item 8T, the resolution for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. I've been part of the groundswell of American Jews calling for a ceasefire and an end to the genocide in Gaza. Jews who reject the idea that Jewish safety is ensured only by the military might of the State of Israel, and Jews who recognize that it is untenable and indefensible to kill in our names. In October 2023, as we've heard about tonight, after 1,200 people were killed in the Hamas attack on Israel, this council stopped regular business to take a moment and recognize lives lost. It seemed incongruous to just carry on with day-to-day business in the face of such a tragedy. And at that time, the council passed a one-sided resolution that condemned the lives lost in Israel without acknowledging all of those who'd already been killed in Gaza by Israel's military operations. Now, 15 months later, with over 46,000 Palestinian lives lost, including more than 17,000 children, many of whom we've heard about tonight, and those who were killed with weaponry that the United States is supplying, it should seem incongruous to continue business as usual without taking time to, one, acknowledge the devastating loss of life, and two, call for our government to follow our own laws not to supply weaponry to governments committing gross violations of human rights. These violations include cutting off access to food, water, and shelter in devastating images that we see in Gaza every day. The Jewish tradition teaches that every life is a universe. And I learned through working together with my Muslim siblings in this multi-faith group that this is also a teaching in the Quran. This is a very profound teaching, but it is not a complicated one. Any life snuffed out extinguishes a universe of possibilities. Any life lost to violence, to baseless hatred, sinat chinam in Hebrew, to endless war, any life lost is too much. It is not hard to understand this principle. And it is less hard still to use what power we have, however much power we do, to act here today. Yes. This is why I'm asking the council today to acknowledge that every life lost is a devastating violence worthy of our time, and to amplify your constituents' call as our local elected officials to do everything in our power to stop the ongoing killing of people in Gaza. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Laura, and I am a Worcester resident speaking tonight on agenda item 8T. I am Jewish, and it is my faith that brings me here to urge City Council to pass the resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. One of the beliefs of Judaism that has always been important to me is the concept of pikuah nefesh, the idea that any action done to save or preserve a life is more important than any other ritual, observance, or action. A ceasefire is long overdue and truly just the beginning. It is an important act in preserving life when more than 50,000 lives, at least that we know have been lost since October 7, 2023. As someone who is about to become a parent for the first time, my heart breaks over and over again, knowing that over 17,400 children have been killed, knowing how many families have been torn apart, hearing all the stories that have been shared here tonight by people whose loved ones have lost their lives. The continuing genocide in Gaza does nothing to ensure my safety as a Jewish person, nor will it ensure the safety of my Jewish children. It simply results in more death in the name of my faith, something which I believe goes against the core teachings of my faith. As a resident of Worcester, it infuriates me to know that more than 2.8 million of Worcester's taxpayer dollars have gone towards weapons for Israel. I want my tax dollars to go towards building a healthy and beautiful community to live in here, not to fund violence abroad. It's very likely that what I'm saying echoes what many others have said and will say tonight. To be honest, I hope this is the case. You cannot make any argument that supporting this resolution goes against the wishes of your Jewish constituents, as to do so would be ignoring me and every single other Jewish person raising their voices for a ceasefire tonight. More than that, I need the City Council to hear all the people who are calling for a ceasefire and who support this resolution. Worcester needs to join the hundreds of other U.S. cities and towns that are calling for a ceasefire. Thank you.
Resident of Worcester, Mass, citizen of the United States of America, where we all have the privilege to speak to what we believe in. We have the freedom of speech. We have the privilege to represent ourselves as we like, whether that be non-binary or not heterosexual, or pro-Palestinian, or anti-Semitic. There's been a lot of there's good leadership that is bringing this group together, has been slandering Israel and Jews, and then using the word Zionist as a pejorative word for 15 months. And I did not plan to speak here tonight. I just came to support that I do not support this resolution 18, and I came to state that the reason I just decided to stand up is because we're hearing a lot of emotions here tonight. And you should know, I think we're all hurting. I think you wouldn't be human if you were not hurting to see what is happening in the Middle East and in other areas in the world. However, the question is a ceasefire resolution today going to solve the problem that generations of world leaders have not been able to solve for 50 years and 75 years? So I want to say that the problem with the resolution tonight is that it is not stating, I cannot support it because it does not state that Hamas is a terrorist organization, which is the United States states that Hamas is a terrorist organization. This fight is against Hamas.
in Gaza. And October 6, 2023, a ceasefire was standing. This terrible thing that is happening in Gaza is because Hamas has been ruling in Gaza. So thank you for voting against this resolution.
My name is Linda Grasso. I've been a resident for 22 years. And before I start my own remarks, I want to say that one of the most difficult things about listening to the testimony tonight, besides the heartrending pain of people, is to hear the reiteration of lies. It is simply not true that the United States has sent money to Hamas. And it's also true that if we are here, we Americans, were to understand that there is a context to October 7th, but we have not, because of the propaganda that prevails in this country. Many, many people do not understand the historical context of October 7th. And that is so important. That is so important to putting this whole situation in its proper framework. I needed to say that. And I need to say that I am so tired of men who choose the violence against women issue to reiterate the lies that the New York Times itself had to admit. There were no proving documented cases of Hamas raping women.
Oh my gosh, this is a lie.
Don't spread lies. Stop the truth.
I am holding a symbol because it's so hard to convey what the numbers of deaths, numbers don't express the anguish and pain that they indicate. So we are holding these infants. There are 7 of them here.
8 now.
To represent the 7 infants below the age of 1 who died of hypothermia. That means being frozen to death. And one of the reasons that they did was because their health was so degenerated because of Israel withholding food, clean water, and medical care to Palestinians. So I want to, please, let me say one more thing. This resolution simply, for the sake of our common humanity, if you vote yes to stopping this war, if you join your voice
Thank you.
to the United Nations,
There'll be other people who want to speak now.
I want to say that this is not a vote to ask you to state your political position. It is not a vote to vote for a partisan side. It is a vote for you to support life and the humanity and the suffering and to stop the suffering that is going on.
I'm Scott Schaefer Duffy, and I am a longtime Worcester resident. As a peace activist, I've been in war zones in 4 continents. I've had the experience in Iraq of being inside a civilian shelter that was struck by 2 smart bombs and 375 women and children were incinerated. I had the experience in Iraq and also in Bosnia of being inside hospitals that did not have proper medication, electricity, or other things. In Bosnia, I was in a pediatric ward and witnessed amputation being performed on a child without anesthesia. In a hospital in Iraq, I saw infants dying from waterborne disease, emaciated infants. Little things would have saved their lives and they died. In Israel, Palestine, during many trips there, I have seen children shot by snipers, beaten. I interviewed a man released from prison, a young man, 18 years old, who spent a year in Israeli prison without charge. I asked him if he had been tortured. His answer was, not every day. And I said, when was the last time you were tortured? He lifted up his shirt and showed me cigarette burns and bruises and scars from that day in his transport. So for me, it's very, very personal, like it is for these people that have lost family members. And I just want the council to know that this resolution has 4 parts. And if you vote against it, it means you support one of these 4 things. The first is the violation of U.S. law for the use of military supplies against civilians. The second is for the failure to, is not to call for the release of hostages. The 100 or so Israelis being held, and the 10,000 Palestinians held without charge. You're saying if you vote against this, you might support that. Or you might support the other position, which is that that humanitarian aid is discontinued to civilians. And then the last thing, which is the international human rights consensus, that from Amnesty International, Doctors Without Borders, and Physicians for Human Rights, that there is genocide going on. If you vote against this resolution, perhaps you support continued genocide.
Thank you.
So I want people to know that those that vote for this, people in Worcester will remember. We will write you, we will call you, ask you, which of these atrocities did you support?
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you.
Originally, I wasn't here to speak on item 8T, but now I want to speak on that also, but I'm also going to speak on a number of other items on the agenda. I support life of people everywhere. People should be able to live and exist. And for those that think that this issue doesn't affect Worcester, we are a gateway city. We accept refugees from around the world. So the longer this war continues, the more refugees there will be and the more people that will end up here in Worcester. So if you don't support a ceasefire, you're supporting the killing of more people and the acceptance of more housing that we don't even have. We don't have supply for the amount of housing that we need right now. And that brings me to the next item that I want to speak on. 18C, Christian King has an item on the agenda to establish homeless shelters for women in Worcester. I support that. We should not have a city this size and not have a shelter for women. That is wrong. Everywhere, but especially in Worcester too. So I support the ceasefire. I support that item. I support that. And also, there were a few other items on the agenda about reading of the rules. Some people seem to not want to follow the rules. I won't call any names, Mr. Mayor, but I have to dedicate it to you. So please read that item on the agenda that says that the clerk needs to read the rule about when you need to sit down and make your comments. Thank you.
Good evening, my name is Bill Kadish. I live in District 1, Ward 1 on Brattle Street in Worcester for the past 15 years. I'm here to speak on item 8T, and I urge you to vote in favor of the resolution. Others have spoken well and in a heartfelt manner. They've spoken about the facts on the ground in Gaza, the specifics of the resolution itself, and the many reasons to vote for it. I'm here to share with you my perspective on this matter. As a 67-year-old Jewish man who has cared deeply about Israel my entire life, I was 10 when Israel won the Six-Day War. Not surprisingly, in my teens and 20s, I became a leader in the largest Zionist youth movement in America, Young Judea. I attended and worked in Zionist youth summer camps and spent 2 summers and a gap year in Israel. My Hebrew is still fairly fluent, and the list of NGOs that I support to support civil society in Israel is a very, very long list. In 2018, my viola teacher invited me to come to Palestine to play Beethoven's Ninth Symphony with the Ramallah Orchestra in cities throughout the West Bank. For 2 weeks, I lived in East Jerusalem with Palestinian and other musicians, and this deepened my love for the land and for all the people who live there. Now I'm learning Arabic in an online class with Israeli Jews and have a tutor since October of 2022 who lives in Gaza and is still living. Although I love learning the language, so remarkably like Hebrew, I am not happy that my Arabic is progressing better than the ceasefire and hostage release negotiations. I share this brief bio with you, the City Council, to make the following point as clearly as possible. That as a Jew whose life has been intimately connected with Israel and more recently with Palestinians, whose lives are equally as precious, I can confidently assure you that a vote in favor of this resolution is not anti-Semitic, not supportive of Hamas, neither its violence nor its aims, nor does it in any way jeopardize the safety or security of Israelis. To the contrary, it supports Jews everywhere, encouraging peace rather than death and destruction, and it enhances security through upholding U.S. and international law. One last sentence. There are no Jewish values stronger than choosing life, loving peace, and pursuing justice. This proposal is in complete alignment with these principles. Please vote for it. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Aiden Berger. I'm a resident of District 4 in West on Cedar Street. I'm here to speak in support of Agenda Item 8T this evening. First, I'd like to commend the Council for allowing the public the opportunity to speak on this matter. The yeas at the October 22nd meeting, Hashiaj, King, Nguyen, Bayeda, and Till. Thank you all. To the nays, I wanted to just talk briefly because I understand this isn't quite Worcester's purview. Gaza's quite a distance away. But I think that we can all have some empathy for some of these people who live quite far from us. We've heard a lot of the horrors that occurred to children, to elderly, to doctors, to counselors, Mayor Carlson, Bergman, and Toomey. On your website, under your bios, it spoke of your love of grandchildren, your grandchildren. And I want you to think of those grandchildren when they were younger, when they were about 4 years old. And then I want to read this excerpt from Haaretz, which is an Israeli newspaper. And this is describing the experience of Israeli soldiers when they were sent into Gaza. A new commander came to us. We went out with him on the first patrol at 6 in the morning. He stops. There's not a soul in the streets, just a little 4-year-old boy playing in the sand in his yard. The commander suddenly starts running, grabs the boy, and breaks his arm at the elbow and his leg here. Stepped on his stomach 3 times and left. This soldier, interviewed for this piece, asked the commander why he did such a thing. And the commander replied, "These kids need to be killed from the day they are born." Now this was in Haaretz, this was an Israeli newspaper. These were Israeli soldiers that were being interviewed for this. This resolution does not call for you to condemn Israel. It does not call for you to say that what Hamas is doing is right. It simply calls for you to call for a ceasefire and for the end of these pointless hostilities and this senseless violence. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Marwa, and I am a Worcester resident here to speak on Agenda Item 8T to urge the City Council to pass the permanent ceasefire resolution for Gaza. I speak on behalf of the students today. I grew up in the Worcester school system, and I just finished my last semester at Worcester State University. As I was stressing over finals, students in Gaza were stressing over where to sleep. They say we, the students, risk our education and our futures by speaking the truth of Palestine, even as all the universities of Gaza are destroyed. Do your constituent voices not matter?
Experts have called this a scholasticide. Students in Gaza have been left without access to education as Israel continues to rob more than just lives, they rob futures and dreams. Israel has bombed all 12 universities and continues to bomb United Nations schools in which Palestinians, most of which are children, take refuge in. There were more than 700 schools in Gaza, but nearly all have been destroyed or damaged. The rest either shut down or being used as places of shelter. Did you know that Palestine has one of the highest literacy rates in the world? Nearly 98%. Do you know what America's is? 79%. It is estimated that half of the current death toll in Gaza, 45,000 and rising, are children. How many of these were school children? How many of them looked forward to their first day of kindergarten only to have their school demolished, their classmates and teachers martyred? This is what you continue supporting by denying a ceasefire in Gaza. By denying children the right to education, to life, I urge you to pass this resolution for the sake of the children of Gaza, for the students like me and perhaps like your own children. I want to conclude with a simple prompt. Why are we so quick? We know that we have school shootings in our country almost on a monthly basis. Why are we so quick to condemn those perpetrators and shooters and their atrocious violation of a safe space where children are meant to learn and laugh, not scream and die? And yet, we are so hesitant to condemn those in another country that commit the same crime on an even larger scale against an even larger group of children. Why do Palestinian lives and their rights and their education and their futures mean less than ours? They're not numbers, they're human lives. Ceasefire now.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak with you this evening. My name is Donna Perry. I was born in Worcester and am a nursing professor here in the city. I am deeply connected to both Israel and Palestine, having served as a volunteer educator in both healthcare systems, including Shaare Zedek Hospital and Al Quds University. I've been a member of several peace initiatives and conducted peace research with the Israeli-Palestinian group Combatants for Peace. I am here to express my heartfelt support for the resolution to promote a ceasefire. I came to this meeting representing myself, yet on deeper reflection, I represent far more than myself. I speak on behalf of the dignity of all human beings enshrined in the Universal Declaration of Human Rights. I represent the teachings of international humanitarian law, which declares that hospitals and medical personnel are to be kept safe during war. And I speak on behalf of dear friends on both sides of the conflict, whose well-being is of deep concern to me. The current war has caused horrific human suffering. We have Israeli hostages held in dire conditions. We have a catastrophe in Gaza that grows worse daily, with innocent people killed in places that should be protected like hospitals. Every day I see photographs of beautiful children killed by the bombings in Gaza, their innocent faces still holding dreams of humanity's future. Yet in an instant, they and their dreams have been blasted from the earth. Heart-wrenching videos of Palestinian suffering are sent to me daily by Israeli friends who express deep remorse at what their country is becoming and who cry out for a cessation of violence. In the US, we have persons who feel more closely connected with the Israeli part of this conflict, while others are more closely connected with the Palestinian part. But the fates of the Israeli and Palestinian peoples are woven together. If we want to help one side, we must also help the other. This can only be achieved through peace, and a ceasefire is the first step. In conclusion, the philosopher Bernard Lonergan has defined dialectic not as a conflict between two peoples, but between good and evil. We must all choose the good. Through the resolution for a ceasefire, the Worcester City Council can clearly stand for the good, both for Israelis and Palestinians. Please choose peace. Thank you.
I'm born and raised in Worcester, and I'm speaking on agenda item 18, urging the City Council to pass this resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in Gaza. Now, on October 17th, 2023, 10 days after the initial attack, where nearly 1,200 Israelis were killed, Worcester City Council passed a resolution condemning what happened. And since then, Israel has killed nearly 40 times that number in Gaza, with almost 18,000 of those being children. And as a parent, that is something I will and can never support. I think it's clear to see from the statistics that 2 out of 3 people who vote in this country are in support of this permanent ceasefire, yet over $22 billion in tax dollars have gone to buy weapons for Israel. Now, how we got here matters, but what's more important is where we are now and what we are going to do going forward. Hundreds of cities have already signed similar resolutions, so it's time for our city to stand up, stand for justice, and join the growing call for peace. Thank you.
My name is Judy. I live in Worcester. I'm speaking in support of item 8T. I was born to a Jewish family in 1948, a birth year I share with the State of Israel and with the Nakba, the catastrophe experienced by over 700,000 Palestinians displaced from their homeland to create that state. My parents, the war generation, saw the creation of a Jewish state an unquestioned necessity to ensure the safety of Jews worldwide, even as my father battled quotas and discriminatory gatekeeping in his determination to assimilate into American culture. When I left home, I formed important relationships with people radically different from my family of origin, and Judaism lost its hold on my identity. I began to explore Judaism later in life, even as I grew critical of the Israeli state. Still, Judaism had little claim on my identity until late in 2023, when Jewish Voice for Peace resoundingly refused to allow the onslaught on the people of Gaza to be sold to us in the name of Judaism. Their conspicuous protest inspired me to reach for my own Jewish identity in order to stand as a Jew, insisting on Judaism as a moral, not an ethno-nationalist murderous project. I have since assumed responsibility to learn about the contentious history of Zionism. I've heard religious Jews describe Zionism as the opposite of Judaism. I've learned about the pre-Zionist history of the Middle East with its diversity of coexisting faiths, ethnicities, lifeways. I now link the Jewish injunction to repair the world, tikkun olam, to my own political project to heal what has been harmed in the world around me, as well as in myself. I envision and work towards a world without racism, where white supremacy is not normalized. That is why I support this resolution.
Thank you.
One more. I don't know if those who vote against it will do so because they're Zionist or because they fear political backlash from those who are, but they'll have relinquished their moral authority in my eyes and in the eyes of many of their constituents. Thank you.
My name is Allie, and I'm a Jewish Worcester resident here to speak on item 8T. I thank the councilors who voted to allow us to speak on 1022 for their moral courage. To the rest, and for the record, we know that we are here today because the ACLU is a less formidable opponent than the DOJ, and that what should have been a fair hearing is a concession to optics by a beleaguered administration. To those councilors who have hidden their opposition to calls for simple parity and rhetorical support for Israeli and Palestinian lives behind, quote, needing to listen to Jewish constituents, you have received ample evidence that Jews are not a monolith on this or any issue. We are your constituents, not your shield for cowardice. Own your choices and your craven disregard for Palestinian life when you vote no. I and an overflowing minion are here to recite the Mourner's Kaddish, a Jewish prayer for the dead. I invite those who mourn with me to rise in body if able. And that's for everyone. Rise in body if you're able. Councilors, even if you plan to vote no on the resolution, this is a final invitation to demonstrate any fragment of unease with American money, with Worcester money, funding Palestinian genocide. We'll remember next November who remained seated while I read this prayer.
Yitkadal v'yitkadash shmei rabba le'alma divrachurate. V'yamlik machute b'chayechon u'v'yamechon u'chaye v'chol v'yitbezel Israel ba'avala v'zman kariv v'imru. Amen. Yehi shmei rabba mevarach le'alam u'lomei al-maya. Yitbarak v'yishba v'yitpa'ar v'yitramam v'yitnaseh v'yitadar v'yitaleh v'yitalal shmei t'kudeshah b'richu. Le'elamin kol v'yachata v'shirata tushbechata v'nimachata da'amiran v'yalma v'imru. Amen. Yehi shlama rabba min shemaya v'chaim aleinu v'yakol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Osei shalom b'ramav huya osei shalom aleinu v'yakol Yisrael v'imru. Amen. Free Palestine.
Hello, my name is Justin Mia. I am a Worcester resident and I'm currently a college student at Worcester State University. And I am here with my colleagues to comment on item 18 and urging the City Council to call for a ceasefire in Gaza. There is currently a great hypocrisy that haunts the streets of this city. This hypocrisy being how this city portrays itself as a diverse community, tapping into the ideas of the melting pot mythos, while supporting an entity that has been complacent in the ethnic cleansing of a group of people halfway around the world. To add insult to injury, while the city has sent over $2 million worth of taxpayer money to support this genocide, the population of unhoused people has risen to nearly 20% since the last 2 years. What I'm about to read is from an article published by WGBH. In 2024, Worcester County identified 1,927 people who are unhoused, up from the 1,607 people in 2023. The total includes 718 children younger than 18 years old and 100 people between the ages of 18 and 24. There was a 37% increase in homelessness amongst people and families with children of young adults. To send money to a cause that a majority of Americans do not agree with, while some Americans are struggling to just essentially stay afloat, is nothing more than a spit to our face. Considering the harsh winter that is upon us, the money sent could have been used to help those who are struggling in our community. The money could still be used to help in our community. I only hope that both myself and my colleagues have said thus far will sink in, and we hope that you pass our message to the federal decision makers on behalf of the Worcester constituents. Because genuinely, if you genuinely cared about our diverse community, and if you have genuine empathy and humanity, then you would make the right choice. Thank you.
My name is Max and I live in Worcester. I'm speaking on agenda item 18, the ceasefire of Israel and Gaza. I ask the City Council to pass a resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in the Israel-Hamas war. With humility and urgency, I wish to call attention to the incongruity of this council not supporting a ceasefire at this time. A majority, like the Democrats at the federal level, support a ceasefire. The majority of American citizens, including nearly 2/3 majority of registered Democrats, support a ceasefire. For our federally elected officials to continue taking a stance aligned with their constituents, those constituents must give them visible support and feedback. Visibility is precisely what this council enables by voting yes on a petition which over 1,500 local people have already signed. To support this ceasefire is thus to bring into perceptibility a core feature of our democracy. As a supporter of the Palestinian cause, I believe the ceasefire is the only way to support a community whose flourishing truly matters to our city. As a Jew with family in Haifa, Petah Tikva, and Jerusalem, I believe the ceasefire is the only way to support a community whose flourishing truly matters to our city. In this spirit, let me quote a portion of the call for ceasefire that was first raised by House Democrats on October 17, 2023. A call for a ceasefire should not be mistaken as a lack of support. To the contrary, it is because of our dedication to the safety of Israelis and Palestinians that we seek a path forward without further escalating the toll of civilians dead and injured. Thank you.
My name is Jen Burt, and I'm a District 4 voter. I'm here to speak in favor of agenda item 810. As a farmer, my produce goes to hunger initiatives in Worcester. Through this role, I see how food can be one of our greatest joys. The lack of food can also be one of our greatest anguishes. I will not provide you with statistics on hunger in this city because it is an issue under your purview I'm sure you're familiar with. Instead of allocating resources to this municipal issue, this government is funding the destruction of farmlands and
and the starvation of millions. As of July 2024, UN Special Report states, hunger and famine are not production problems. They are always caused by acts and omissions. They are human-made and are always the result of one group starving another. There is clear evidence that the Israeli officials have used starvation as a war crime, collective punishment. In fact, they have stated that the starvation of Gaza is a deliberate tactic. Aid has been prevented from entering. In fact, the World Food Program convoy was shot at today. Food distribution sites have been bombed. Aid workers and farmers have been killed. By destroying and poisoning agricultural land and water, 80% of the agricultural land in the Gaza Strip is unusable. One Palestinian farmer, Yusuf Abu Arabi, said, "We are trying to survive a full-blown famine. If we don't cook food, if we don't take a good, hard look at our situation, if we don't cultivate our agricultural land, we will literally die of hunger." Yusuf was killed 2 days before the October meeting. He was someone I followed through social media. It was a way we see these horrific crimes, but also his hope that he could feed his people. He was 24 years old and he was killed delivering food because it will not pass the borders. This is not an equal conflict. We are funding it, and how you vote tonight, you will be remembered for that vote. Please support a ceasefire.
Hello, my name is Sam. I'm a resident of Shrewsbury, but grew up in Worcester. I consider myself a Worcester resident. I am Jewish, like my father and like his parents. It pains me to see the town I grew up in and love to fund and support a genocide. I'm a student in college. There's this idea that campus is unsafe for Jewish students. This is something that I have found to be plainly untrue. Pro-Palestine students are targeted and surveilled by school administration and police. I know people who are stalked by their campus police. We all know the takedowns of the encampments in Boston. Jewish students are only supported by their schools if they are Zionists. Otherwise, we are called self-hating Jews and capos without our schools doing anything at all. I am part of the student movement calling for a ceasefire and end to the occupation in Palestine. The Worcester City Council has passed a resolution condemning the Hamas attack. Since then, over 46,000 Palestinians have been confirmed killed, with estimates from the Lancet, a medical journal, putting the death toll at 186,000. Three zeros. It's late. This number is from July. To condemn the Hamas attack and not the numerous massacres on Palestinians is hypocrisy. As someone who is disabled, I find it important to talk about how more than 108,000 people have been confirmed injured. These injuries are not able to heal properly, and many people lose limbs. An HOW rep says that most hospitals lack the capacity to treat chronic diseases and complex injuries. People cannot get proper sanitation to heal their wounds and keep away disease and skin conditions. Additionally, all of the people in Gaza have gone through loss, with many losing their entire families. Only one.
Okay. You're welcome.
Yep. My friend in Gaza, who has lost his entire family, including the most lovely little 5-year-old you'll ever meet, who is dead now, has told me that he is psychologically broken.
Thank you.
My name is Keith. I'm a resident of Worcester, and I'm speaking on item 8T. I've lived in Worcester for 12 years. When I think about city council, the top things that come to mind for me are the Polar Park boondoggle that wrecked the Canal District, the unconscionable treatment of human beings living in encampments, and the enablement of an out-of-control, violent police force. Given this,
The idea that our city council has anything meaningful to do with politics in the Middle East might seem like a joke, but it's not. In the face of the unspeakable horror in Gaza and the West Bank that our tax dollars pay for, today is an opportunity for our city's leaders to demonstrate some real courage for once. It's the United States government's default position to blindly support Israel in its quest to eliminate Palestinians as a threat to their ongoing colonialist settlement of the West Bank and Gaza Strip. As people living in the US, we are all indoctrinated by politicians and the media into thinking that Israel-Palestine is so complicated. I don't need a history lesson or a personal connection to see the children being murdered by drones in their homes while they play, that Israeli soldiers dancing among civilian corpses, and they're targeting women, children, journalists, hospitals is absolutely reprehensible. Most Americans support a ceasefire. Most Americans don't want to see our tax dollars paying for weapons of genocide. But there's an entrenched power structure in this city and in this country dominated by Democrats and Republicans that values cruel oligarchy over human lives and justice. Most of our city councilors are part of this entrenched power structure. And they enable innumerable cruelties around Worcester, which in turn extends to the state, our Commonwealth, and the rest of the country and the world. With the new federal government coming into power, now is the time to shore up our community as a safe, peaceful, loving place that scorns violence and oppression instead of cynically justifying it or minimizing it in the way the city council usually does. The absolute least you can do is vote in favor of this resolution and send a message that Worcester is not okay with innocent civilians, women, children, journalists, and doctors being murdered in the name of power and greed. And I want to say thanks to Attell and Tu for showing up and publicly supporting us.
To May Street, Worcester. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I rise in support of agenda item 8T. Whilst as a general rule, I'm personally not the biggest fan of using city council meetings to weigh in on national foreign policy, the subject matter here demands that Worcester respond to some of the most heinous human rights abuses in modern global history. It is beyond time that we take a stand to hold not just our adversaries, but our friends and neighbors accountable. My loyalty, first and foremost, is not to any one nation or set of global allegiances, but to the universal moral principle of equal justice for all. That is what I choose to stand for with my support for this agenda item. What do you choose? I yield back the balance of my time.
Hi, City Council. My name is Tom. I was born in Worcester, and I've been a proud Worcester resident for nearly 20 years. I'm a business owner, a realtor, a property owner, a taxpayer, a father, and a rightfully concerned global citizen. I'm here tonight to demand that you vote in favor of the ceasefire resolution and pass it unanimously. Why? Because Worcester belongs on the right side of history. Passing this resolution will firmly declare that our city opposes genocide, apartheid, and the blatant destruction of international law. Passing this resolution is a small act that costs the council nothing, but its impact will be immense. It sends a clear message to the world. Worcester gets it, and we will not be silent. The events of the last 15 months have fully exposed Zionist Israel as a rogue, genocidal fascist regime on the world stage. But history proves that systems of oppression don't last. Apartheid fell in South Africa, Rhodesia fell, Nazi Germany fell, and Zionist Israel will collapse as well. Right side of history.
Never!
Crystal clear.
And Israel is going to be
A few weeks back, the ACLU chimed in to say that this council was being unconstitutional and told you guys to listen. So, listen! Listen to the Palestinian Americans of Worcester. Lebanese Americans in Worcester, listen to the anti-Zionist Jewish community of Worcester. Listen to the people in this room. They are firmly on the right side of history, and I would not be standing here with them if I didn't know that in my goddamn bones. Show that we stand for justice, and show that Worcester gives a shit. Thank you.
My name is Gary. I'm speaking on item 8T on the agenda. Moving beyond the polemics of the previous speakers, I would hope the council declines to take up the specific resolution or preferably reject it outright. We elect you to address the affairs of Worcester residents as exemplified by this evening's agenda. Potholes, crosswalks, speed bumps, handicapped parking spaces, and traffic concerns. There's much to do here at home, and making the council address international issues is outside your bailiwick.
I agree.
Alongside the humanitarian tragedy which has befallen Israel and Gaza, there are other international tragedies for which you have been silent. The council is charged with managing the affairs of its citizens, not international relations. Not everyone understands the difference between the Jewish citizens here at home and the Jewish state of Israel. We've been burdened with security concerns here at home in ways that our Christian brethren are not, and this resolution can add fuel to heighten those concerns. If you want to be critical of foreign policy, run for Congress. Don't give members of the Jewish community more reason to fear the haters who seek the elimination of the Jewish community. Thank you for your time.
Did your name say residence?
Hi, my name is Helen Silverman. I'm a Worcester resident. I'm here to speak about 8T. I must ask you to vote no on 8T, the ceasefire resolution. Besides being against Worcester City Council bylaws, the ceasefire bill acts to both ostracize members of the Worcester community and create a bigger burden on our council members. Our federal government and state representatives are elected due to their knowledge and experience working on a macro geopolitical scale. Likewise, our city representatives are elected because of their love and dedication to our home. City council members should not spend time outside of their immediate responsibilities to Worcester. Allowing the city council to introduce the Gaza ceasefire resolution establishes this precedent regarding other international conflicts. Will there be an effort to talk about what's going on in Sudan, Yemen, Congo, Haiti, and so many other parts of the world? Is it a better time and use of our time to actually think about what we can do here and for our city? This ceasefire resolution that had already been voted down once and caused chaos in town hall has gotten back onto the agenda. This minority is led by people who consider themselves citizens of the world instead of citizens of wherever we actually live. It's easy to say that you care for people that you will never meet in your life. It is very incredibly hard to show that you care for your neighbor, even when you don't always agree. Instead of looking outward, I strongly urge you to continue to look inward and make good choices for our city and its residents. Creating new crosswalks and making sure that there are enough bus drivers isn't what people might consider exciting work, but it's integral to making sure our citizenry is safe and able to reliably make it to work on time. No one wants to fight with the MBTA about train schedules, but that's a way in which we continue to allow commuters to remain prosperous. Zoning is a huge headache, but it's how we can decide where there can be new homes so we can continue to embrace the new while not quietly putting out generational roots. Things like 8E, where I would love to have a trash can instead of trash bags and put out my trash at night, would be an amazing change. Thank you very much for your time, and I hope that you will all continue to prioritize Worcester, because we are Worcester with all of its wonderful diversity, instead of trying to make a political statement that will actively harm our community with the feeling of safety. Thank you.
Don't spend Worcester taxes on Israeli genocide.
Exactly.
What's your name, city residence?
Good evening, my name is Heidi Lee Freeman. I reside in Worcester, Mass. I'm also an SEIU 509 member as well. Speaking on agenda item BT, I respectfully urge the City Council to pass the resolution advocating for a permanent ceasefire of Israel-Hamas conflict. As a lifelong resident of Worcester, I believe that our taxpayer funds could be allocated more effectively to address the pressing issues within our own community. Since the onset of this conflict, the City of Worcester has reportedly spent $2.8 billion taxpayers' money on military support for Israel. I acknowledge the tragic events on October 7th when Hamas led the attack to deaths of nearly 1,200 Israelis and internationals. However, it is crucial to recognize in that response to the attack, Israel has over 46,000 fatalities, including more than 17,400 children. The repercussions of this violence are extending into the West Bank, Lebanon, and beyond. On October 17, 2023, the City of Worcester Council passed a resolution condemning the act of the 7th attack. However, just over a year later, the City Council denied a hearing for the ceasefire resolution, citing that it fell outside of the scope of the city business. It is concerning to consider how spending our tax dollars on armed conflict does not qualify as city business. When the residents of Worcester clearly do not wish to fund this and does not support this initiative. Instead, these funds could be more used differently, investing in our community, addressing homelessness, managing rents, and enhancing our educational system, and supporting the youth who will one day become our future leaders. The inclusion of this matter on tonight's agenda is due to a letter from the ACLU, which raised concerns that Worcester was infringing upon the First Amendment rights by excluding the resolution from the consideration. The ACLU has requested that the city include the resolution in the agenda by the first meeting in January. Currently, 13 cities and towns in Massachusetts, including Boston, have passed similar resolutions. And as a part of the Commonwealth, Worcester to join to call for peace. A ceasefire resolution would communicate to both city and broader Commonwealth.
Can you wrap up your comments?
Excuse me?
Can you wrap up your comments?
Yes. I just want to end with a quote from MLK about war. Violence never brings permanent peace. It solves no social problems. It merely creates new ones and complicates ones. Violence is impractical because it's descending, spiral, ending in destruction for all. It is immoral because it seeks to humiliate the opponent rather to win its understanding. It seeks to annihilate rather than convert. Violence is immoral because it thrives on hatred rather than love. Thank you for listening to my statement.
Good evening. My name is Anika Abbott, and I am speaking on behalf of the Massachusetts chapter of the Council on American Islamic Relations, the nation's largest Muslim civil rights organization. Today, others have spoken about and detailed the horrors happening abroad. I'd like to focus on the impact that we're seeing here in Massachusetts from the ongoing war on Gaza, as the harm throughout the state is undeniable. In the last few months of 2023, we received more hate crime reports than the entire previous year. And in 2024, calls increased by 60%, the highest number we've ever seen. Even more alarming, the level of violence has escalated. Our legal department is assisting victims of attacks, injuries, threats, and harassment. For example, a Muslim woman wearing a scarf with the colors of the Palestinian flag was attacked by an older male co-worker. A Muslim man was chased out of a coffee shop by an employee wielding scissors, later noticing a pro-Israel store on the store's window. 3 Muslim high school students were assaulted, sustaining concussions. And in schools, students face bullying and a fear of backlash for expressing their views. A middle schooler was called a Nazi and was falsely accused of carrying a bomb by classmates. A school administrator told a girl whose family had been killed in Gaza that genocide happens. In workplaces, employees have been penalized or fired for supporting Palestinian human rights. The war in Gaza impacts our communities. Passing this resolution lets Worcester stand for peace
oppose violence and hatred abroad and at home. Thank you.
My name is Stephanie and I live in Hudson, Massachusetts. I'm speaking on agenda item 8T and I urge the City Council to pass the resolution calling for a permanent ceasefire in the ongoing bombardment of Palestine, or as it is often called, the Israel-Hamas war. Though I refrain from using the terms Israel-Hamas war because I cannot help but see that what we are witnessing is an obvious example of unequivocal destruction of innocent human life. The majority of lives lost are everyday human beings, children, mothers, fathers, healthcare workers, journalists. And as a Muslim woman witnessing the bodies of my fellow Muslim sisters laying on the ground next to their small, lifeless children, I can imagine that being me. Their only crime was coming to the aid of the injured, searching for food, or simply surviving this genocide. And yet those who have survived have shown nothing but courage and steadfast faith and mercy and kindness on those of us who live and work in this country, the country that has manufactured, sent, and continues to pay for the bombs and weaponry that are brutally taking the lives of their brothers, sisters, best friends, and family members. Their lives are innocent and they are always in danger. We have to remember their humanity. The city of Worcester must condemn Israel's violent acts on not only Palestine, but also on the West Bank and Lebanon. On October 17, 2023, the Worcester City Council passed a resolution condemning the October 7th Hamas attack on Israel, where nearly 1,200 people were murdered. I want to ask, where is the same condemnation for the 46,000 documented Palestinians who have been murdered? In addition, how many are undocumented due to obliteration and being buried under the rubble? Israel's acts on Palestine have proven countless times to be violating international human rights laws. Furthermore, due to the Leahy Law, the U.S. is under obligation to revoke the financial assistance to Israel to prevent them from committing genocide. Israel is targeting innocent civilians, unjustly detaining Palestinians without trial, and torturing them through means of food deprivation and physical abuse. You have a moral responsibility to do what you can to put an end to the onslaught of suffering on the children in Palestine and Lebanon. It's time for the city of Worcester to express its concern for all lives that have been impacted by this violence, and the only way to do that is by calling for a permanent ceasefire. Thank you.
My name is John Rukiel. I'm from Worcester. I'm here to talk about a couple of items here. I want to say on 18 that I support anything that stops death. Our world is a culture of death where people are harmed, and we justify death on one side or the other because of our political views or our religious affiliations. And there is no call for someone to continue to die. Denying this petition means you haven't read it. It calls for the release of all hostages and the stopping of death. So to deny that means that you support death. It's one thing or the other. You can see all the people here in the room and all the people that are watching on Managed Media, not Man, can't call myself, that are here and expressing themselves because you denied them the opportunity to speak about this earlier last year. So I support anything that stops a culture of death. There's two items on the agenda that I submitted myself, 8U, which is about Rule 15. I submit that the council often has interruptions that seem to be directed at only a small amount of councilors from the chair. And I would ask that the city clerk reads Rule 15 so we can be reminded of how we proceed in this chamber. And then 8V is a request of the city council that you all vote to ask the city manager, to ask the city solicitor to provide a scope on the Public Safety Committee. There was a legal position taken by the chair of the Public Safety Committee in the newspaper earlier this week, where the statement is that oversight somehow only is related to hiring and firing. Oversight means review. That is the definition of the word. It doesn't mean saying someone has to be fired. And in particular, Appendix B clearly calls for the Public Safety Committee to have a review of civil and criminal procedure related to the police department. So the Public Safety Committee not doing that, even if it's not the council voting items to it, it means that the Public Safety Committee is not doing its job. It has to review and civil and criminal procedure. It's its job. If it doesn't do it, it's a useless committee. And there's issues, in my opinion, of whether or not the city council is doing its legal job. We voted for you to do your job. If you're not gonna do your job, we're gonna vote you out. Thank you.
Tom, City of Worcester, on the petition. Amazing discipline I thought we saw here tonight. Imagine when you don't spit in people's face and violate their rights, they don't yell at you. Shocking. Actually, more discipline in the balcony than the last time this council met. That should be shocking to people. There's been a lot of feelings here tonight. I'm not good at feelings. I'm pretty good at facts, though. Terrorism is bad, right? We all agree terrorism is bad. Remember after 9/11, we heard if you're either with terrorists, or you're either with us or with terrorists, or if you're aligned with terrorists, or you support terrorists, you are terrorists. Remember all that? We all went, yay, nationalism. Has anybody read Israeli news at all? Because we don't get this here. But if you read the news of Israel, you'll pretty quickly find a convicted terrorist in the Israeli cabinet. I thought we don't align with terrorists. So this whole debate is framed around, calling the Jewish people that are involved in this coalition self-hating, a vicious anti-Semitic slur. There was just a kind of a reverse trope, I think, a few minutes ago about people who say they're citizens of the world. It's like a reverse dual loyalty trope. I'm not sure what is so controversial about this. They don't want the hostages back. They refused them many times. They decided killing more people is more important because you have an extremist right-wing government in Israel. This isn't about hating, to me at least, it's not about hating anyone. Most certainly not Jews or Muslims. It is about slaughter. And when you have an extremist right-wing government that has aligned with convicted terrorist supporters, you shouldn't support that. And when they go out and slaughter lots and lots of people, that shouldn't be really that surprising. So if you have some problem with the federal government following the law, with stopping people from being killed and returning them for hostages, if you find some problem with that, just read the question as, do you oppose terrorism? That's it. It can be that simple. Thank you.
My name is the Reverend Bray Adams, and I represent the United Congregational Church here in Worcester. I'm also a resident of Worcester. We are a Just Peace congregation, and I don't need to tell you the facts. You've heard the facts all night. What I need to tell you is that all politics is local politics. I need to tell you that you are our political body. You speak for us in Worcester. You have already spoken for us. You did it last year in Worcester. You spoke against the October 7th attacks, rightly so. And now all we're asking you to do is speak again. We're asking you to join the more than 100 cities, towns, and municipalities, including some in our Commonwealth, who speak for their constituents. We're asking you to speak for us. We're asking you to say that we can't have you killing in our name. That's all we're asking you to do. It should be so simple. We should not have to beg you to speak for human life. We shouldn't have to beg you. Thank you.
My name is David Macheski, Worcester resident of 26 years. I'm testified in support of the petition calling for a ceasefire in Gaza. Based on both international and U.S. law, there are ample verifiable reasons for the use to cut off or restrict arms to Israel, one of the elements of the ceasefire petition. This is especially relevant in current times on top of $18 billion in mostly military aid this past year. The Biden administration just approved another $8 billion in weapon sales to Israel. Josh Paul, first State Department official to resign over U.S. policy towards Israel in October of 2023, stated last year, there are U.S. laws that should restrict the transfer of arms in such circumstances, but they are not being properly applied in the case of Israel. Use includes, previously mentioned, Levi Law, which mandates that no assistance shall be furnished to any unit of the security forces of a foreign country If the Secretary of State has credible information, which he's had ample of, that such unit has committed a gross violation of human rights and prohibitions on the provision of military assistance to a country that is restricting the delivery of U.S. humanitarian assistance. It is worth noting that this past spring, Congressman McGovern and others voted on military sales to Israel. They voted against it based on the Israeli government's systematic blocking of humanitarian aid to Gaza. Palestinian American families filed a lawsuit in December citing these abuses of the late law by Israel. Torture, prolonged detention without charge, forced disappearance, genocide, indiscriminate and deliberate killings, and deprivation of items essential to survival, including food, water, fuel, and medicine. Therefore, thus, there are ample verifiable reasons for the U.S. to cut off or restrict U.S. arms to Israel, not only based on international but U.S. law. Thank you.
The least you can do is not be on your phones when people are talking about Jackson.
Item David Webb, City of Worcester. Item 9.1b. A month ago, this person admitted to the CAC that he initially joined for revenge, but more recently applied to rejoin the ZBA at the suggestion of a lawyer who was before them near the other meeting. He then interrupted the meeting to attack commissioners who didn't vote for him due to that blatant conflict of interest. Multiple complaints were filed and apparently ignored. It's absolutely wild to see him push through expeditiously while so many other positions remain unfilled. Just like when the manager ignored our cable commission, this is resulting in commissioners quitting as it becomes undeniable that they are not being listened to or respected by city management. As such, I am strongly against 17A, since our city is currently unsafe, dirty, and lacks integrity. The city should file 18A. It is the police union being problematic and harmful, but it won't. So yes, please to 18B, C, G, E, and G. I'm also in support of the following items. 10D, making the process of honorary street naming more equitable and accessible. 11C, D, E, F, and G. 11J, yes please, let's hire lifeguards, not cops again, Councilor Jimmy. 11J, yes, sure 11K, but on 11N, if the chair of the safety committee actually cared about police accountability, this petition would apply to have police body worn cameras too. But that's simply not a priority or consideration. 8B, impotent means inability to take effective action, and maybe we don't know what action they're trying to take, but we had the most murders in nearly a quarter century last year, many of which are unsolved, so I'm not really sure what ground she's standing on here, having been in the chair for the past 9 years. 8U, requesting Mayor Petty comply with both the council and rules and open meeting law by stepping down from the chair to speak his opinion, even if it's just a few words. Please. 15C, of course. 8T, the ceasefire petition. In October of 2023, Mayor Petty created a pro-Israel petition that was brought forward by Councilor Morris Bergen. So this is an opportunity for people who are on the wrong side of history then. This is an opportunity to vote for the dwindling people of Palestine the same way you voted in support of the ever-expanding state of Israel. I really hope Worcester can stand together against genocide. And I'm looking at you guys.
My name is Andres Javier Barrios. I live in Worcester. We've heard from a lot of people tonight, but some of you don't really seem to care, so I'm going to apply to the one thing that most of you, at least half of you, actually care about, and that's your ego. So I'm not going to mince words here. Anyone who does not vote to support this resolution, and I'm going to say this slowly, you are a coward. You are a coward. You'll live the rest of your life knowing that. Free Palestine, vote for the resolution.
Good, happy New Year and great celebrations in that regard. I trust you do not spend it watching your children starve and bleed to death while dodging American bombs. A lot of people did. A lot of people did. For decades now, the people of Worcester have experienced a massive theft, according to President Dwight D. Eisenhower, who said in a very real sense, every single one of those bombs is a theft from a child. And we're seeing a lot more of that theft right now. Every major international human rights organization on this entire planet has for decades documented in hundreds of pages of meticulously documented reports, massive human rights violations, apartheid state, actual child hostages by the thousands without any legal rights being held by the state of Israel. And now, of course, a massive genocide. Our national politicians have invited the architect of that genocide and genuflected before him in the most craven and humiliating way. And I hear about World War II and I go, how do people do this? How do good people support genocide? Good people. And I look around this room and I have a feeling that an awful lot of people here who are probably good people, I don't doubt it, are going to support genocide tonight. And that is a horrific thought, and it says something. We didn't learn a damn thing from World War II if that's the case tonight.
Hello, my name is Micah. I'm a Worcester resident speaking on the ceasefire resolution, item 8T. I'm Jewish and I'm a parent of 2 young children. The question for you, City Council, and everyone here to ask ourselves is, what did I do? What did I do during the genocide in Gaza? And ask yourself, what do you think that question will sound like in 5 years, in 10 years, in 20 years from now? Wouldn't it be easier to say, that's an international issue, and we're only talking about local issues here, right? Actually, I think that's the same conundrum that my 5-year-old asked me about. He said, how can I help if the problem is so far away? And don't we jump at the opportunity to answer the child who asks what they can do? We say, we'll do everything in our power. We will pray, lobby, send money, and educate. But can we answer to ourselves about what we are doing to end the genocide? Right now, as the City of Worcester, we haven't said anything. And by doing nothing, we are complicit in the $2.8 million being spent of Worcester taxpayer dollars to fund this violence. We have not shown our moral compass and joined the 13 cities and towns calling for a ceasefire in Massachusetts. So if you choose, Mayor Petty, if you choose to have the genocide rage on with no indication that our community does not approve, how will you face yourself in the future?
So I am an alum of Clark University, and I moved to this city because I love this city. I've had so many great experiences in Worcester, and I have met so many wonderful people. During my time at Clark University, I was a member of the dive team, and what I learned on the dive team is that it takes one person alone cannot change an outcome, but a team can. And that is what this council is for us. And we, as the residents of Worcester, have shown that it is our desire to have this resolution passed. I will keep it short at that because it seems like we're all getting a bit tired. So thank you.
My name is Jeff Conlon, and I've lived in Worcester most of my life. I'm a retired pastor of the United Church of Christ. All life is sacred. Every human life is sacred. According to the very first chapter in Genesis, each and every one of us is created in the image of God, in the image of Yahweh, in the image of power. Therefore, we all have intrinsic value. This is a value we have by virtue of our birth, that we are alive. So, I ask everyone here tonight, do you believe this to be true of the Palestinians in Gaza? Are Palestinian lives as precious to God as your own children and loved ones? Are Palestinian lives precious to God as your own children? Among the 10 Commandments, one stands out as the most stark and concise. Thou shalt not kill. More than 46,000 Palestinians have been killed in the past 15 months. Many more dead are buried in the rubble of buildings destroyed by bombs that are made in the USA. They're dropped by jets that are made in the USA. And some of it is paid for with U.S. taxpayer dollars. To state it bluntly, we, as citizens of the United States of America, we are complicit in the killing. We are complicit. That includes me. And that's why I'm here tonight. This council saw fit to condemn the October 7, 2023 attacks by Hamas on Israel. 1,200 lives were lost on that day, and 250 hostages were taken. We are not asking for a similar statement of condemnation here tonight. All we are asking for is for this council to say, stop the killing, stop the death and destruction by means of calling for a ceasefire. Let the hostages and the detainees be returned to their families. Let aid reach those who are desperately suffering.
Can you wrap up the comments?
Shall, thank you. I'm asking you, on behalf of the great variety of peoples that make up this city of Worcester, this heart of the Commonwealth, as we like to think of ourselves, to send a message. Send a message to your fellow citizens. Send a message to our leaders in Washington. Please, stop the bombing, stop the killing, let the people of Gaza live.
People online.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first person I can identify has the first name listed as Nina. I just sent a request for Nina.
Hi, my name is Cornelia Tamar. Nina is my nickname. I live in Waltham, Massachusetts, and I'm speaking on agenda item 8T. I respectfully urge Worcester City Council to pass the resolution for a permanent ceasefire. I'm a proud member of SEIU Local 509, which has endorsed the resolution. There are so many reasons to support the resolution. Tonight, I speak as a teacher and a public health specialist. In Gaza, the educational system at all levels is destroyed, and hospitals and other medical facilities are in ruins. In addition to the thousands upon thousands of deaths and injuries from bombs and guns, people of Gaza are dying from preventable and treatable diseases, and war-caused starvation now threatens everyone there. An immediate and permanent ceasefire is essential to the people of Gaza and to the humanity of us all. I also speak as someone whose family home is Worcester, to which my German and Irish ancestors came as immigrants. I am grateful that this resolution has been made in this city that was home to my great-great-grandparents. I strongly hope the resolution will pass resoundingly and that Worcester will join Boston and other cities and towns in Massachusetts that have passed ceasefire resolutions and will inspire other municipalities in our Commonwealth and beyond to do so. This war must end. Thank you.
Oliver M. I just sent a request for Oliver tonight.
Hello, my name is Oliver McGovern, and I have only been a resident of Worcester for 5 years. I stayed after London moved to be my home after graduating from Clark University. I am speaking in support of the passage of Agenda Item 8T, which, as some may have overlooked, includes Item 2, the immediate release of hostages and detainees on all sides. Additionally, I happen to be one of the many people with the supposed freedom to be cleared from Palestine. This freedom is not available to everyone. It is especially not afforded to those who are killed. On January 6, 2024, in Northampton, Massachusetts, an event called Creators for Palestine, transgender Palestinian poet and activist, said that Israeli genocide on Gaza has killed every LGBTQIA+ person living in Gaza before October 7th, and every LGBTQIA+ person in Gaza they connected with after as well. They said, quote, Palestine could be the most homophobic place in the world, which it's not. It's literally better than here, but it could be. And does that mean all these people need to be killed? A third of those are children, end quote. Israeli soldiers fired tear gas canisters made in America into Palestinian homes and hospitals, killing babies, the sick, and the elderly. I, like many others, stand against this, and you should too. Think whoever you want, or whatever you want, that you are not Palestinian. And be aware that even though you're not, that it is this brutal and amoral army that trains police officers here in America, not dissimilar to the brutal WPD. Our money funds violence abroad and here too. It is in fact our immediate concern in addition to others' concerns speakers have put up. I urge you to support 8T for those of us that spoke, and those of us who feel unsafe too because of the environment you helped create. Thank you.
Is Natalie Gibson. I just sent a request for Natalie to unmute.
Hi, hello, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. First of all, condolences to everyone there who has lost family and friends in Gaza and as well as in Israel itself. It has become news to me that Worcester has actually sent money to help fund this war. So for people to say that this has nothing to do with Worcester, you're living in fantasy land. If I've been online trying to find that very information that I've heard many people say there in the city hall. So if that turns out to be true, people need to really get a grip and learn that we do have to pay attention to not only things that are in our city, but also beyond our city, because it all starts somewhere. So I am in agreement with 8T for a ceasefire. All these things I'm listing now, there's many of them, I am in favor of. So 8T, 8U, V, W, Chairman's orders, let's see, 10A, B, D, 11D, E, F, G, H, I, all the way down to N. Actually, 11K, I'm finding it a little surprising that Councilor Toomey wanted to find out if the city could, do something in relation to public safety with large gatherings in reference to what happened in Louisiana. So if she is on a public safety committee, I'd like to know why a lot of these issues that came before us or before the Worcester Police with the investigation, why none of those issues were actually brought to her committee and heard about before it got to where it is now. Moving on, the other things that I am in agreement with is 18B down through 18G. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Their hand raised is Daniel Margulies. I'll send a request to unmute Daniel now.
Hi.
So I want to speak on item 8T, against it. I think it's ironic that the speaker who said that this wasn't a pro-Hamas resolution spoke shortly after a woman who got applauded and said that we needed to understand, quote, the context of October 7th. And I'm wondering what context this person and the people who applauded think made systematic rape and torture and murder of children, women, of men understandable. And these weren't collateral events, this was planned systematic murder. It was in the New York Times, and the article was never retracted. And it was also said that this wasn't an anti-Semitic resolution. And then one of the speakers who came up right after that was a Worcester State student who said at a public rally that she wants Al-Aqsa Mosque liberated from, quote, the Jews, not Israel, but from the Jews. Another speaker said that the council was accountable to the people. That's true. And it's important to keep in mind that the resolution represents a fringe opinion. It calls for cutting out aid to Israel and American ally. The most accurate and most recent data that we have about what people think about all this comes from the exit polling done during the elections. When asked their feelings about the U.S. helping Israel, less than a third of voters agree with the organizers of the resolution. 1/3 of voters say that, in that poll, 1/3 of voters said that they like how much the U.S. helps Israel. They think it's about just right. Another third said the U.S. should be helping out Israel more. There's very few things in politics that 2/3 of people support in America, but U.S. aid to Israel is one of them. And just about 28% of Americans support a ceasefire that will leave Hamas in power. That was polling that was done back in April of 2024. And this is understandable. This is fighting organizations that the U.S. has long considered our own enemies. If the organizers had their way, and the ceasefire had happened months and months ago, Israel never would have been able to decimate Hezbollah, the organization that was holding the people of Lebanon in bondage. Now the Lebanese people have a shot at freedom and rebuilding a beautiful country after years of Hezbollah's dictatorship in the south. In killing Hezbollah's top leaders, Israel punished an organization that had the blood of more than 200 U.S. Marines on its hands. Now it should hope for the complete defeat of Hamas. That's what's going to bring peace. I also believe that all human lives are sacred. I believe that it's in the beginning of the Torah. But leaving Hamas in power is not oh, I'm sorry, did you say wrap up?
Yes.
Okay, I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next person I can identify with their hand raised is Edie Connolly. I just sent a request for Edie now.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can, yes.
Okay. Hi, my name is Gabriel Connolly. I'm a local business owner in Worcester. I'm calling from out of state today. But we heard from people that are, I'm here to speak in favor of Resolution 8T, ceasefire resolution, and we've heard from some people that are against the resolution that say that there was a ceasefire on October 6th. And that's only the case if you don't think that the bombing of Palestinians and the constant terrorism by settlers in the West Bank counts. If you don't count Palestinian lives as the same as Israeli lives. There was no ceasefire on October 6th. Hamas was not attacking, but Israel was attacking, and the settlers and the IDF were attacking Palestinians on a daily basis. Hundreds of Palestinians had already been killed. More children have been killed in 2023 before October 6th than the amount of Israeli children that were killed on October 7th. So that is a blatant lie that people that are speaking against the ceasefire resolution will tell you. It's not true. There was no ceasefire on October 6th. There was apartheid, there was ethnic cleansing, and there was settlers coming into people's villages and towns and attacking them. I've seen in Nablus a home that was firebombed by Israeli settlers. They killed babies. This was before October 7th. So that's a blatant lie, and I just want to set the record straight right there. Free Palestine.
The name listed is Steph. You provide your name, city of your residence, and be interested. Thank you.
Yeah, hi. My name is Steph. I live in Marlborough and involved in the Jewish community in Worcester. I remember waking up on October 7th, 23, and staring at the 50+ messages on my phone. Something had happened, and I had one moment to take a breath and figure out if I was about to learn good or bad news. I saw my cousins, aunts, uncles, and friends text that they were safe, aka living in their bomb shelter rooms with enough food to last for several days. But they had friends who lived on the kibbutzim, who had gone to the music festival, and who died. So I might be the sort of person who supports this war, but I'm completely opposed to what's going on and what the Israeli government is carrying out with the support of the United States. I am support this council to support the resolution for the ceasefire. I'm Jewish, I have many family and friends in Israel, I've spent time in Israel, and even with that, I very much support the resolution. Thank you.
The next person I can identify has a phone number listing ending in 6714. I just sent a request for them to unmute. Could you just please provide your full name, city or town of residence, and the item you're speaking on? Again, phone number ends in 6714. Mr. Chairman, at this time they're not unmuting themselves.
Hello?
Yep, we can hear you. If you could just provide your name, city or town of residence, and the item you're speaking on.
Yes. My name is Colleen West. I'm from Worcester. I do not support item 8T. This resolution will have zero impact on Gaza. It will inspire more anti-Semitism at a time when, according to a new state report, anti-Semitic hate crimes have reached an 8-year high in Massachusetts. This is a waste of time, of council time, of taxpayer money, of police resources, and a colossal overuse of the word humanity. I support item 11H. This is much needed. Thank you, Mayor Petty. And as we watch certain city councilors at these meetings threaten and bully the chair, ignore, speak over, and disrespect the chair, and most disturbing, I watch as certain councilors led protesters in the chamber and incited discord, encouraged dissent, purposely disrupted the meeting, and impeded government business without any recourse. A public apology to the chair is appropriate, along with an apology to the taxpayer. I also support 11I. This is long overdue as well. Come to this chamber and do your job. Every single councilor wishes they could be in the comfort of their home every week instead of dragging themselves down there, sitting in those chairs for hours, and I respect those that do that. One councilor is not exempt nor special. And when a councilor writes on social media that they, quote, don't like 6-hour meetings and don't like going from the real topics of unhoused folks to random business as usual, perhaps it's time for that councilor to resign. Thanks for your time.
Mr. Chairman, the next person I can identify is Kate F. Just ask them to be Kate.
Hi, this is Kate Frazion, a lifelong resident of Worcester, and I'm calling in to support 11H as well. I'm calling in to simply state that I was born and raised in the city, and after 34 years of residing in Worcester, I'm calling it quits, moving my family out. I'm here to say how disgusted I am over the despicable behavior displayed by 3 councilors in the past city council meetings. The disrespect and vulgar language left myself and many others absolutely appalled, and the way that these 3 spoke to their colleagues. In any other profession, one would be reprimanded or written up. These 3 councilors continue to show a level of disrespect that should not be tolerated by their fellow councilors or the citizens of Worcester. The purpose of the city council is to represent the interests of the people of Worcester. This isn't a forum to display one's own agenda. The Activists Act has to stop. Govern as you are elected to govern. The direction of the city has a sad road ahead if we are to follow the views of these 3 councilors. The noisy bullies need to stop. God bless.
Audio?
Mr. Chairman, there are no more folks raising their hand for public participation.
So we go on. Conditions. We should announce that July is held 11 p.m. Council ordinance held 9.1A and 11H and
That are they are.
11M is in order. regards to the feasibility of removing responsibilities of the sidewalk repair resource Department of Transportation. Nothing else? 11 M. 9I. Which is relative to the appointment of constable, civil, and criminal business. That's 9I. We take H9, we got in, 11 H9. That's from the demo committee, and relative to code of conduct, and also to bring people to the, that's in also it's H9, what's that?
One 9.1A, is that where that appointment?
No. Okay, let's do the school hearings laws real quick. 7A, 7B, motion's open the hearing. Those in favor, opposed, so reported. Anybody against any of those items? Seeing nobody against, motion to close the hearing. Those in favor, opposed, so reported. The motion is to adopt. Those in favor, opposed, so reported. And 8A, which is referred to the planning board. Those in favor, opposed, so reported. 8B, Marcel Acosta, regarding Alden Street, being converted from the private street to a public street.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Marisol, we just sent a request to unmute you now.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
We can, yes.
Hi, good evening, everyone. My name is Marisol Acosta. I've been a resident of Worcester for 42 years. I currently live in District 4 on Alden Street. Myself and my neighbors all have agreed that we would like to turn our private road into a public road. We know that this, doing this transition will require a cost, and we're willing to take up that cost with the support of the city. But currently our road has more than 4 potholes, 6 are, greater than 6 inches, excuse me. It's, a hazard, cars can't even go up the road because cars are getting stuck. If it snows, it even gets worse, right? You can't even drive up because you're sliding back. Cars have gotten stuck. My neighbor's car, my tenant's car has gotten stuck in some of the potholes, due to the weather and the condition. So I'm hoping I can get the support of the city to turn this private road into a public place.
Thank you for that.
Yeah, I just want to speak on that real quick. Yeah, so, appreciate it. Yeah, this is something that we've been working on in that neighborhood. Some serious issues going on. We've been able to clean it up with the quality of life team and other agencies. But now it's time to take care of that road. There's been a lot of issues with the road due to park being done over, which has created the road is pretty much erodes with the water and stuff like that. So we've been working with two of the past issues, and hopefully we can continue that. So I think we're going in the right direction with this. So that's it. Just want to make sure we get that.
Thank you. So refer that to the planning board. Those in favor, opposed, so reported. 8C to 8D, refer those items to the public works. Anybody into those items? See nobody? So we will send that to Council Russell.
On E, I'd ask that that goes to the administration.
For everyone back.
Yeah, that will.
Okay. So 8C, 8D, refer to public works. 8E, motions referred to the administration. Those in favor, opposed, so reported. 8F to 8S. Refer those to the traffic and parking. Anybody know those items? We have 8T, Tricia Kirkpatrick and Claire Schaefer Duffy, request City Council adopt the attached resolution with number 1 Gaza, calling the U.S. government to facilitate and demand one, an immediate and permanent ceasefire to end the violence, immediate release of the hostages and detainees on all sides, immediate resumption of delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza unhindered, and the enforcement of U.S. laws, including the 7, the Conventional Arms Transfer Policy, the Arms Export Control Act, which will follow the U.S. weapon seals being transferred to Israel that make the country's accomplices to the present mass slaughter of innocents, and the intention is to establish a resolution. Patricia, is your name to see the residents?
Yeah, my name is Patricia Kirkpatrick, Worcester resident in District 4. I'm one of the official petitioners for item 8T. Mayor Petty, as many have said tonight, on October 17th, 2023, you and your council passed a resolution condemning the horrific October 7th Hamas attack on Israel. This resolution was put on the agenda immediately and passed without delay. Since then, 1, Mayor, you have not offered a single public word condemning the 15 months of attacks on Palestine by the State of Israel. 2, the Multi-Faith Coalition and the 1,500 Worcester resident petition signers were denied a place on the October 22nd agenda through the inconsistent use of Rule 11 by the city clerk and subsequent majority votes by this council disallowing our speech. 3, the American Civil Liberties Union of Massachusetts has said that Worcester broke the law in silencing constituents and has sent you, Mayor Petty, a letter expressing concerns that city administrators behaved unfairly and potentially unconstitutionally in this matter. This is all as disgraceful, as it is embarrassing, as it is discriminatory, as it is a feeble attempt to silence the voices of Palestinians and the 1,500 Worcester residents who signed a petition in support of this resolution. It is surreal to stand before you now pleading for equal treatment as constituents to councilor-sponsored petitions and agendas as we witness a genocide. The 8 shrouded dolls you see in front now here represent the 8 infants who have died from the cold in recent weeks. To vote against this resolution would be morally indefensible and quite frankly pathetic. Eyes across the state are on you, Mayor Petty, Democratic leader. Will you join Charlemont, Greenfield, Leverett, Amherst, Northampton, East Hampton, Salem, Malden, Medford, Somerville, Cambridge, and Boston in passing a ceasefire resolution, or will you not? You have a choice. Silence during a U.S. bankrolled genocide is complicity, and our city council represents Worcester's collective voice to the rest of the state, country, and world.
Massachusetts. So obviously we want you to vote yes on the ceasefire resolution and do so knowing the city you govern has an impressive precedent of speaking up for oppressed people. When the federal government passed the heinous Vigil Slave Act of 1850, allowing ordinary citizens to kidnap emancipated blacks and send them back into slavery, Worcesterites spoke out. They did not say, this is a federal matter, out of our purview. In riotous manner, they sent the federal slave catcher packing and made it clear that in Worcester, at least, the lives of blacks mattered. When the U.S. Senate voted on the Anti-Immigrant Chinese Exclusion Act of 1882, our own U.S. Senator George Orr, a Republican by the way, did not look around to check which way the political winds were blowing. He voted conscience and opposed a law that treated Chinese immigrants as subhuman. He was the only senator to do so. Did he get tarred and feathered? No. Those thousands of Worcester residents contributed to his publicly funded statue, which sits outside City Hall today. The Multi-Faith Coalition has not come to divide this council or the city. The resolution that you have is to give relief from war for Israelis as well as Palestinians. We recognize your public servants, you have the hard work of governing the city, and we wish you the best in that. But as a body, you passed a one-sided resolution. Tonight, you can correct that. More importantly, tonight, you can back a resolution that 1,500 of your constituents endorse, a resolution that articulates what McGovern and Warren want, what the majority of Americans want, what the Pope has called for, what most people in the world have called for. No doubt it is symbolic, but silence in this context is shockingly symbolic. You are politicians, but you are also parents, many of you. Councilor Calorio, we nursed our firstborns together. Mr. Mayor, we picked up our children at school together. So for tonight, for this moment, drop your political considerations, vote your conscience, back this ceasefire resolution, obviously for the people of Gaza, certainly for the Israelis, and for this city, so that when people look back, they will see in a time of a U.S.-facilitated genocide, that Worcester went on record and said, cease fire.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I first want to start by saying thank you to the Multi-Faith Coalition and the organizers and the folks who came back and put this resolution on our agenda, even though clearly our administration and our council did not want that. I think it's so important that we do not delegitimize the work of our constituents and that we stand proudly with you. And I'm so proud tonight to stand and speak on Palestine. And it's heartbreaking. It's heartbreaking that we have to, and that you have to fight so hard to end the genocide. But, you know, I don't have that much hope in the government to do the morally right thing, but I have so much faith in everyone here who spoke out against genocide. And that's what truly matters, is that we continue to fight and call for a ceasefire. And so, no matter what happens on the council floor and on the vote, it's your hearts that really show up. And that is what is going to speak through the generations. This is what lineage healing is. This is what social justice is. This is not an activist performance. This is a call for our humanity. And even if our council floor does not have that, I am so grateful for y'all for having the humanity to keep fighting. So I wanted to start there. Mr. Chairman, we are well over 450 days of genocide. Bombing civilians, hospitals, and humanitarian aid workers is not self-defense. Starving, displacing, and mass disabling children, families, and elders with nowhere to go is not self-defense. And this is only scratching the surface of the horrors that has been and continues to happen in Palestine. And I would share more, except that it will pass my speaking time, and I would need too many trigger warnings. Too many trigger warnings that even as we witness on our social media, I can't consume it all. And it is within our duty to witness what is happening in Palestine and to not turn away. It's absolutely disturbing and heart-wrenching and stomach-churning. And it's sad to see the dismissing and the ignoring of what is happening in Palestine and to our humanity. None of this is self-defense nor war. What we are witnessing is a clear genocide of Palestinians and folks in Gaza. And this is why we need to speak up. Every second, every minute, every hour we remain quiet, hundreds are murdered daily. And that's on us. With over 200 journalists and 47,000 Palestinians murdered, we know this is not the full coverage, and this is not the full death toll. This is not the full death toll. We don't know how many people died under rubble. We don't know how many people decompose in mass graves. We don't even know the level of pain a person in Gaza, a Palestinian, has gone through, as well as the life trauma that comes with surviving a genocide. And you know, the US and white supremacist colonizing propaganda continues to justify genocide. The same way many on this council will. Or at least, just as bad, we will turn away from making a stand to end the genocide and not give this the time and space it deserves on our council floor, and continue to delegitimize our constituents' call for a ceasefire. In a just world, electeds will speak up against genocide in a just world. And we would stand up against the overuse of force and the murdering of civilians and innocent people. And sadly, we do not live in a just world. And I look at my colleagues and think about how many times we've been on the wrong side of history. And we continue to be on the wrong side of history as we silence our residents. Our silence as counselors enable genocide. Our selective bias and inconsistent discriminatory use of council rules actively suppresses democracy. The least we can do now is to course correct and use our voice to call for a ceasefire and not justify or allow more violence and death. Let us not prioritize potholes and snow plowing over Palestinian lives. I will say that again then. Let us not prioritize potholes and snow plowing over Palestinian lives. I am tired of being told what it means to be a counselor, because I was elected for this moment right here. This moment. If I can't even call for an end to genocide, I am a coward. I am a coward, and I was not elected to do just potholes and snow plowing. And maybe I am in the wrong job, but I believe in the dignity and the humanity of Palestinians, and they are deserving of life. I stand with our residents in calling an end to the genocide and a permanent and immediate ceasefire. Our tax dollars are funding this genocide, and our US-made bonds are contributing to the killing of Palestinians. We have blood on our hands, and this is our duty to call for an end to the genocide. The people have the right to bring this issue into every realm of government, local, nationally, and state. This is their right, and it is our duty to call for an end to genocide. Free Palestine.
Go put his pants.
Thank you to the Multi-Faith Coalition for your organizing and your outreach to all the Worcester City Councilors and the Mayor in the weeks before filing the petition. And thank you to the 1,500 Worcester residents who signed on to your petition. Mr. Chair, this resolution, drafted by many of our community's Jewish, Christian, Muslim, Palestinian leaders, and co-signed by residents in every district, appeals to core values of peace and freedom that I believe we all share. Over the past year, I've heard two primary concerns about putting a ceasefire resolution on our agenda. Number one, that it hampers us from doing our jobs, and number two, that voting on this resolution isn't within the City Council's purview. I'd like to respond to each of these and to the substance of this petition. First, considering and voting on non-binding resolutions has never prevented me, the District 5 Councilor, from attending to District 5 residents displaced by fires, pushing for safety measures, or otherwise responding to every constituent need. I would like to believe and think that each of my fellow council members are capable of responding to a citizen petition while attending to their residents and keeping the city's lights on. The second objection, that this morally urgent matter is outside council's purview, is confusing, given that this council voted on Council Bergman's resolution, a resolution that was initiated by you, Mayor Petty, on a closely related topic a year and a half ago. At that time, I voted no on a resolution that I felt asked me to act with only half of my humanity. I explained that I could not segment my love for human life and urged this body to vote against a resolution that rightly condemned Hamas's horrific actions, but did not recognize the suffering of Palestinians, and I knew that they would be followed by accusations of anti-Semitism, and it was. However, the resolution in front of us gives us the opportunity to stand together with Palestinian civilians and political prisoners, Israeli hostages, and families for a lasting peace and a safe future for all. In the 448 days since that council vote, the International Court of Justice, the International Criminal Court, the United Nations Security Council, leading human rights organizations, and leaders from every faith, including prominent rabbis and the Pope, have called for a permanent ceasefire, an end to the genocide and the 76-year-old unlawful occupation of Palestine, the termination of sale and transfer of weapons, and the release of all Israeli hostages and Palestinian political prisoners. The UN General Assembly has demanded an immediate ceasefire in Gaza and Israel to allow the UN Palestine Refugee Agency to carry out humanitarian aid unrestricted. And as the 1,500 signatures and all the people here tonight show, many of our residents, like me, are joining the call. While millions around the world have pleaded for peace, the Israeli government and army, with the backing of the most powerful military in the world, has persisted in waging a brutal campaign of indiscriminate killing, the intentional starvation of a trapped, occupied population, and has already claimed the lives of 42,000 Palestinian civilians. And there is no end in sight. The collective punishment for Hamas's crimes and the deliberate withholding of food and water directly violate the Geneva Convention. As Americans, we find ourselves complicit in war crimes that we abhor and limited avenues for expressing our outrage and pain. I have prayed, and I will continue to pray for the safe return of all Israeli hostages. And I have prayed and will continue to pray for the families of the 17,000 Palestinian children, including infants, whose senseless deaths have turned Gaza into the world's largest mass grave for children. Mr. Chair, I escaped political violence in 1997 from my native Albania and was living as an undocumented refugee in Greece in 1999 when the genocide of ethnic Albanians was unfolding in Kosovo. The images of Israeli soldiers apprehending Palestinian men and boys with their hands tied and their eyes covered have reminded me as one person on this council, of the harrowing images of Albanian men and boys rounded up in the same way by the Serbian military forces, because genocide looks the same no matter what ethnicity or country you're in. The atrocities that have been documented over the past 15 months measure. We have witnessed Palestinians in refugee tents burning to death while sleeping, tents flattening children's bodies, and the heartbreaking case of 5-year-old Hind Rajab, whose body was pierced by 350 Israeli bullets while she begged to be rescued. Yet, speaking against these events is labeled as anti-Semitic. And while the U.S. government transfers weapons of mass violence and uses our taxpayer dollars to aid in the ethnic cleansing of children and defenseless civilians, our constituents are simply asking us to take a stand in opposition to the horrors being unleashed on one of the most oppressed and impoverished civilian populations on earth. It is the right thing to do to vote yes. It's truly disheartening that many elected officials at various levels of government have opted for silence to inoculate themselves from political repercussions. Let me ask you this, Mr. Mayor, when is the appropriate time to speak out? Is it only after every Palestinian has been buried and every tent set ablaze? When there are no children left to bomb and no limbs left to carry their lifeless bodies dangling from their parents' embrace? When more Palestinian mothers cradle their infants frozen to death or collect whatever body parts they can find? Or when the animals stop consuming the corpses of unburied Palestinians? If we are not okay with the loss of life and do not support this war, as some have publicly assured us, then let our votes reflect that truth. Yes. This resolution asks us to support the release of Israeli hostages and Palestinian political prisoners, the flow of aid and an end to the ethnic cleansing of Palestinian civilians, and lasting peace. Which of these does a no vote say no to? As you prepare to vote tonight, consider the petition's substance as we did with the Councilwoman's resolution, rather than taking political shelter under Rule 11 or abstaining. Let me address this on a purely personal level. As a refugee, as a mother, as a member of the Albanian diaspora, which includes close to 10,000 ethnic Albanians massacred during the 1990s ethnic cleansing by the Serbian government, alongside my identity as an Albanian American with Muslim heritage in the order of Bektashi, I believe that our position on the rights of the Palestinian people to self-determination reflects our stance on the struggles for liberation and self-determination faced by all oppressed people. I am proud of Worcester's generosity in welcoming refugees, and I want our vote tonight to reflect that to all refugee communities. I want to close with this. I truly don't know the feelings, the thoughts that are percolating amongst all city councilors this evening. I have shared my heart, my mind, transparently, as I always have. What I can say with certainty is that when my children who share a Brazilian and Albanian heritage, their children, and the young people watching tonight, when they question where I stand in the balance between silence and the fight for peace and the right of all children, Palestinian and Israeli, to grow in peace, security, and freedom, I can confidently point them to tonight's vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In order to preserve my time, I'd just like to ask the clerk
through the chair, if you could read the 4 tenets of this resolution, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. President. So, the permanent ceasefire, the resumption of delivery of humanitarian services to Gaza unhindered, enforcing U.S. laws.
Mr. Chairman, I was asking, after we had resolved the 4 tenets.
You can read it.
And I was going to clerk to preserve my time, if you could read those 4.
Through the chair to the councilor, yes. An immediate and permanent ceasefire to end violence. 2, immediate release of hostages and detainees on all sides. 3, immediate resumption of the delivery of humanitarian aid to Gaza unhindered. And 4, enforcement of U.S. laws, including the Leahy Law of 1997, the Conventional Arms Transfer Policy, and the Arms Export Control Act, which would halt U.S. weapons sales and transfers to Israel that makes us accomplices to the present mass slaughter of innocents.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I stand tonight in support of this resolution. Those 4 tenets, Mr. Chairman, are in alignment with our federal delegation. Our federal delegation includes Senator Markey, Senator Warren, our good Congressman Jim McGovern, Mr. Chairman. Some folks had asked, what does this do tonight? What does it matter? And I've said this publicly, and I'll say it again, Mr. Chairman. It's wind at the back of our federal elected officials.
Yes.
It's wind at the back to know the second largest in the city, and their elected contingent supports these 4 tenets, Mr. Chairman.
Say it.
We've heard tonight the impact on our citizenry for folks who say this has nothing to do with Worcester. We've heard testimony and accounts of how they lost loved ones, families, and friends. Now, Mr. Chairman, I stood up and I supported the resolution regarding Hamas that was introduced to the council by the office of the mayor and ultimately filed by Councilor Bergman. And I spoke to rabbis and imams alike. And in that discussion, and some folks here will be particularly happy with this, but we had discussions on being one-sided. I had rabbis crying on the phone for close to an hour straight, sobbing about their losses, asking, just let us have our moment. And that's where I ended up. I voted for a unanimous vote. It was 8-2, and the folks who voted in the negative explained themselves once again tonight. And I want to say this, Mr. Chairman. We have 2 living refugees on this council. I have the utmost respect for their political and personal experience right here in these chambers, Mr. Chairman. Their comments matter, and I understand and am in solidarity with them in that regard, Mr. Chairman. This also is about Rule 11, what comes before the council. The council has a history of speaking on these matters, going back long before me, long before, close to a decade ago. Many years ago, we set the standard, Mr. Chairman. In regards to, since I've been on the council, we've had the Hamas resolution. We've had things regarding hurricanes that hit the U.S. Virgin Islands and Puerto Rico, federal matters, Mr. Chairman, that we heard here in these chambers. A whole host of them, Mr. Chairman. We've had the ACLU talk about the potentiality of us behaving in an unconstitutional manner, not allowing people to speak. I voted yes to allow the people to speak last October. When I was approached this past August while visiting the family home in Bermuda, I said I would be in support of a ceasefire resolution, Mr. Chairman. And I stand here today once again saying yes, I am in support of stopping the killings. Mr. Chairman, this is an opportunity to balance the record, balance the ledger. We did this back in October. I've stated this publicly and I will reiterate. enabling applications of rules is a matter that the courts have upheld against municipalities for unevenly applying rules. We can't have different strokes for different folks. We cannot have inequity. We cannot have a double standard. What we must have, Mr. Chairman, is parity and equity. And there's a contingent of people that are tired of those words. What's important is reflected in our rules. And it's part of this particular matter here tonight. Those are the facts. Also, what are the facts, Mr. Chairman? We know that a year ago, the city solicitor did not advise the clerk not to put this on the agenda. It's never been on the record that that's the case. In fact, there was discussion about how to explain Rule 11, how it would or would not apply. But there was no declaration or advising not to place this matter on the record over a year ago, Mr. Chairman. We have an opportunity to right the wrong, and I encourage my colleagues to not vote to file this. Let's stand to account. Mr. Chairman, last week I lost my composure and I got some accounting to do. There's nothing wrong with being held to account. This vote gives us an opportunity to be held to account for not allowing the people to speak and vote on this matter, although we have set a pattern of doing exactly that with matters outside of our purview. We've had folks stand up and testify that they're not professionals, we're not governmental, federal elected officials, but yet voted in support of the Hamas resolution. Now, I was not anti-Semitic when I voted against the atrocities that occurred without the context, nor am I anti-Semitic now in this particular vote, Mr. Chairman. We're all hurting, is what we heard tonight. Lots of folks are hurting. I'm ready to join the 13 cities and towns, including Boston, Massachusetts, that have voted in the affirmative. And I encourage my colleagues to do the same, Mr. Chairman. Let's balance the ledger. We've heard tonight, once again, about concerns. A gentleman stood up tonight and talked about that if we vote for this, we're voting for propaganda against Israel and its risky behavior. Propaganda against Israel and risky behavior. And I want to be very clear. I support the 4 tenets of this resolution, Mr. Chairman, that were read previously. And it's that simple. I want to also point to an order that I made shortly after the occurrence of denying these folks the right to present and to speak. That particular order was a request to the city manager that was, I believe, unanimously supported by this council. A request to the city manager to coordinate with local community organizations that specialize in trauma support, mental health services, and conflict resolution to develop initiatives and programs aimed at addressing the emotional and psychological well-being of all of those affected by the violence associated with the Israel-Palestinian conflict in our city. Further request the city manager also work with said local community organizations to ensure said initiatives and programs are publicized. Mr. Chairman, I would like to make a subsequent motion that we get a report back on that. We have folks in our public schools, folks in our community on both sides of this issue that are hurting, Mr. Chairman. Let's balance the ledger. Let's balance the ledger, Mr. Chairman. No more double standards, parity, equity. Let's take a vote on voting the ceasefire.
Clearly, our
something we're not authorized to do. That's what Congress do. That's not what City Council of Worcester, Massachusetts do. However, I would say that had those here today asked for a resolution that addresses suffering and loss of life of the Palestinians, it would have been the equivalent, more or less, of what was said in October of 2023. This goes far beyond that. To me, it's completely distinguishable between the two. So my motion would be to follow that. But let me just also say, on a personal note, I'll make it quick, that I'm not going to address the fact that my own family's experience was completely dismissed by one of my colleagues. But I will address the fact that the multi-faith coalition, and I am a person of faith, so I respect anybody who wears the cloth of any religion. Couldn't respect that anymore. Where were you in October of 2023? We talked about humanity tonight. Are Jewish lives any less valuable? I didn't see anything in October of 2023.
We are Jewish. Shame!
Shame!
My birthday is 1978.
Pooped your pants, Mo.
Shame on you too, Betty.
Council King.
Mayor Petty.
Thank you, Council King. I just want to apologize, like, else tonight, thank you for your participation, your thoughts, and I just thought, like, going from the right third back in 2023. My placement item on the agenda was there on my part, and very quick too, there's nothing grandmas about war. Nothing. Unfortunately, war causes life-altering damage to many people. Not just death, it's a sense of loss, a sense of property, a sense of burden. We see that play out here in the Middle East. Significant humanitarian crisis is coming out of this, there's no question about it. But out of the city council control. My concern is the division in the city of Worcester, and the council's ability to make national change. I hear what people are saying, for those who believe it's not the council, and that's how I will vote here tonight. But I do want to say that it's good to hear from people talk about new pain on both sides of this issue. People recognize the main part on October 7th, the main part that's going on here since then, for the last 4 years. Thank you.
Coward!
Shame! Coward! Shame!
Shame on you.
It started 76 years before.
Shame.
76 years after. The massacre continues.
Council King, so you have 2 minutes, Council.
Yeah, so take it just briefly, Mr. Chairman. I just had a moment to talk to my colleague and wanted to express publicly if there was any offense taken regarding my comments regarding the refugee experience of these folks. We did not
We are all
mention Councilor Bergman's family and their experiences. So I want to publicly make that statement. I was simply speaking to personal experience of these folks to my right. So public apology, and I'm hoping that we at least have an opportunity to vote on this, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Councilor Wilson.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, I'd like to request formally from the water department, preferably before the solicitor takes his formal retirement, some guidance on this. this whole issue of the Rule 11. I think we need a formal report, and we need to know where we're going from here forward. Because if we're here tonight, basically because the civil liberties union said we did something wrong, and then we had advice otherwise from our solicitor and our clerk, and that report also should probably come from the clerk. We need to know where we're going as a city council in the future, Mr. Chairman. And if those rules are to be interpreted, or if they're not to be interpreted, if they are in some violation of something, and if they are, they should be taken out of the rule. Mr. Chairman, I think that's very important. Mr. Chairman, a year ago, when I voted for that item that you and Councilor Bergman put forward, you know, I wish I had made those statements that were in that resolution on the steps of City Hall or on social media. Because quite frankly, they didn't belong in this chamber. They didn't belong in this chamber then, and these statements here tonight don't belong in this chamber, in my opinion. No one asked you.
Shame!
You voted yes. Mr. Chairman, 2 years ago, there was a resolution for nuclear war, brought forward by one of the petitioners who brought this item on our agenda this evening. I voted present on that, and I argued and questioned about the rules of this council. That's why it's so important that this council gets that report and makes a decision going forward on where we are. Because I didn't think that resolution, that same petitioner brought into this chamber, talking about nuclear war, was properly before us then either. So for me, this is trying to be consistent. Mr. Chairman, my Councilor King, my colleague Councilor King, used the words parity and equity. And he's right. But that's what I'm getting at. We need to figure out what we're doing as a council and do it, because if we don't, we need to make a decision if we are a Worcester City Council or if we're just going to deal with all the different issues around the world. Mr. Chairman, I got a call from a resident of District 3, a resident who lives on Hamilton Street. I had a reasonable chat with the gentleman. And when I spoke to him, I talked about the same kind of thing that I'm talking about now. And I said to him that I had no more control over wars around the world than he did. And I really believe that. When I was elected to the District City Council, this wasn't what I was elected for. This isn't what I planned on taking votes on. And quite frankly, I'm not qualified to take votes on national situation.
Coward! Condemn on the stairs of City Hall.
Mr. Chairman.
Condemn on social media.
Mr. Chairman.
Nothing.
Mr. Chairman, my grandparents came here from Lebanon. There's a war going on in Lebanon right now.
Who's doing that war?
This resolution doesn't even mention the word Lebanon. Doesn't even mention it. Are we going to come back to this chamber next week and have a whole other session?
There's a ceasefire.
What a ceasefire does, George.
Coward!
The other atrocities around the world. I think this council is the decision of where we are. You can call me anything you want.
Coward!
You can call me anything you want.
Coward.
Mr. Chairman, thank you.
You voted yes last year, George. You're a coward.
Mr. Chairman, I speak on this motion. I know I spoke on the petition, but you made a motion. I'd like to speak on it.
Council made a motion on future, what's that, Council?
Motion I made was from the report from the law department of the city clerk about the differences between the information we received in October and April.
I think Council Aguirre said that previously too.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to just speak on that motion. If you take a friendly amendment, again, Iris research is very clear. The uneven application of rules by a governmental body. The courts have ruled against those governmental bodies, Mr. Chairman. Perhaps we are in a place where we must continue. I don't know. I would ask to amend that order, given the fact that courts have ruled against municipalities for the unequal enforcement of rules. And that be a part of the report that is requested. We don't need another court mandate in the city of Worcester, Mr. Chairman. You know, we do need fairness. I think we all recognize that in the past we've done X, Y, and Z. It's a slippery slope, and if we are starting to treat one group differently than another on these sorts of matters, we may run afoul of the courts. And I would ask, and I believe that we will, and I would ask that that motion be amended, or matter of fact, I'll make it a separate motion, that we get a report back regarding unequal application of rules in the city, municipal susceptibility to court rulings against it. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Councilman Moore.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. While the solicitor is here right now, I would just like to ask if, through the chair to the solicitor, did you tell the city clerk to not put the petition onto the agenda back in October?
Through the chair of the council, the answer is no.
So you didn't tell them not to?
Did not tell them. I did not tell him not to put it on. I did not tell him to put it on. I expressed my opinion that it was clearly, technically, by Rule 11, it did not match or meet the standards, but that we already had the item on before. It was an uneven application of this rule over the years, and the right thing to do was put the petition on and let it be heard.
Thank you for that. We're finally in agreement before you retire, but thank you.
So first, under the rules of the council, the first motion is to file. First motion is to file, roll call.
Councilors Bergman,
Yes.
Caloria,
Yes.
Pajiak,
No.
King,
No.
Merrill Carlson,
Yes.
Yuen,
No.
Ojeda,
No.
Pasillo,
No.
Russell,
Yes.
Toomey,
Yes.
and Mayor Petty.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, for the record,
Shame!
Councilors Bergman, Florio, Merrill Carlson, Russell, Toomey, and Petty vote in the affirmative, and Councilors Sajai, King, Yuen, Ojeda, and Pasillo vote in the negative. The motion prevails.
Cowards!
Hey, you're a coward!
Councilor Russell and Councilor.
Don't you have to be on your phone, Lieutenant?
All those in favor? Opposed, so ordered.
No?
Shame!
Now we're going back to the agenda. AU, John Campbell, County
If you got a text, Lieutenant. Absolute cowards. You're a coward, George. You're a coward. Qualified to flush your toilet, George.
Outside of the agenda,
It's gonna be a long one.
Heroes Lebanese descent, and that's what you do. That's what you're gonna do. That's disgraceful.
Lebanese already has a ceasefire. They already have a ceasefire, so. What about the other side? Right? Lebanon already has a ceasefire.
He's self-centering everything. All the other guys.
Yep, we have disgrace.
Absolute disgrace. Yeah. Hey, I was here for the long. Leave it on the other side. The lawyer told him to put it through. What did I do? Yeah, one day, that's how It's sad what they did. I mean, they were really bad. Yeah.
Hey, how's it going?
I will, but not really. Give me a little time.
I'm still down City Hall.
Yeah. Does this mean that well, I wonder what. No. Yeah.
I assume it's in recess. I don't know. I didn't hear a vote either. Sorry, that's yours. Yeah, the shot clock. By the way, that was in the okay. I'm trying to remember the six.
He was the old spot.
Yeah, I was talking about I think basically putting like a 2-minute shot clock. I was just doing it by myself up there, and like a bunch of people, like I'd say 70% of people go over. Okay. Yeah. Very rare. Right. I tried. I knew that I had my. Yeah. There has to be a way to be uniform, because otherwise people are gonna say you gave this person more time or whatever. So I would just say, that's what I mean. So what I would do is I would put a shot clock there, and I would say, before we even get into this, I know some people will feel emotional about this, so I'm going to go beforehand. 2 minutes and the mic's cut off. It doesn't matter what you're saying, who you are. Yeah, yeah.
So I'm saying this in advance, so it's not personal, it's not about what you're saying, you get 2 minutes.
The only reason they haven't done it yet is
No, we just, yeah.
it's hard for them to time like cameras.
Oh, okay.
So what they're worried about is
Yeah. I wonder if you could make it 2 o'clock. So it's zero, yeah.
they haven't spent money.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
This one is like $150.
Yeah.
That one.
Yeah, they look like top of the line. But it's
trash.
Yeah.
So they bought it from a guy that does that kind of stuff. And of course, just look at it.
I mean, there's a lot of other, obviously this was the most important one. There's a lot of other stuff on the menu. I had to read the, I was up there for like 3 hours and I was so all right.
So, not too much longer wrestling at the White Eagle.
Why?
They're going to be doing an overhaul.
The Eagles overhauling the space?
There's a chance they may not ever go back because the walls are pounding and inside really contain on the floor and the ceiling.
Is the floor buckling like the ceiling?
I don't think so, but the concerned.
That's crazy.
So, the 23rd is the last show at the White Eagle.
Of this month?
Yes. We're going to the Caves. It's over about 200 feet.
Yeah, that's right across the diagonally across the street. That's what it used to be. Well, that's what it is. I know, but it's diagonally across Kelly Square. That's what I meant. Yeah, it's the beginning of Milbury Street, but right next to the area across the burn.
Further down. Unless they can get another place, they're not going to get ripped off on they need at least 16 high. 16 high. So January 30th,
I remember, yeah, that was saying that. Yeah.
Probably have everything sold in advance. Actually, super one out.
Why'd you tell me that?
I have a situation covered it all.
I did.
Can't tell you.
I was there on Friday night, not Saturday. I wanted to go Saturday, but I was doing something else.
Alex, I don't think he was here Friday.
I was with Alex on Friday. Guardiola? Yeah, I was there on Friday with them.
Was it Friday or Saturday?
The BBB was there Friday. Saturday looked like it was much more, it was like 8,000 people.
I don't know exactly.
That's what they said.
I know they had, no idea who were somebody said. I mean, when they open up the 300s, you know know that.
Yeah, exactly, when they raised that curtain.
This brings back old memories. My origins of coming to City Hall went back 40 years. I was here to make the City Hospital story road. And we kept on going to executive session, hoping that people would leave.
Yes, but not.
Wait.
That's just a good question. Did they even gavel out? Did you hear if they even gaveled out? I don't think
I don't know. I came back in. Called for some sort of
So we would like to have you talk to you.
Okay.
Is that?
There must have been. Showing up.
How do you know you're from? So I'm just gonna see where's it going.
Well, sometimes that doesn't, so I have to make sure that he knows that I can CC you on it if you want, but I would make sure that's an option. Didn't know it was an option.
So anyway, I'll hit up Tom and let him know this is I need to pitch it now.
King? Yes. Merrill Carlson? Newman? Ojeda?
No worries, man. Good to see you. Hopefully you had a great New Year and everything.
Russell?
Good, man.
Toomey? Mayor Petty, the marketing council facility is here as well.
Okay, council two witness held under privilege, the rest of the items on the agenda. And where it moves us to 18A to 18G. Motion for whole, roll call.
Councilor Bergman? Yes. Gloria?
Yes.
Medina?
Yes.
King?
Yes.
Merrill Carlson?
Yes.
Newman?
Yes.
Ojeda?
Yes.
Pasillo?
Yes.
Russell?
Yes.
Toomey? And Mayor Petty?
Yes. Motion to adjourn. Favor of council.
Mr. Chairman, under suspension, I just want to clarify one remark about the Schaefer Duffy correctly in the law agency. The petition on the nuclear wall is not her petition, it's Councilor Rose's. She did support it. So thank you. I want to clarify.
Thank you. Motion is adjourned. Those in favor?
One hundred counts.
Yep.